Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Because he's the guy.
My music disappeared. I had the wrong button pressed. All right. Yeah, I'm not ready for the music to go away quite yet. We'll turn it down a tiny bit, though. There we go. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Monday. We're kicking off part 2 of our Monday extravaganza. What do you call that? I don't know. We're doing something cool for Monday. And you're all here to enjoy it, which is wonderful. Oh, I needed that. Where did that go? There we go. I shrunk it down. Boom. That's where it goes. All right. We have things to talk about. Let's see. We have a new court case. Well, we have an old court case we're following. I don't know how to explain this. We normally follow current court cases, but because of the holiday season, because of the fact that no judge in his right mind is going to order a jury to sit in his courtroom for the next week, leading up to Christmas, we're going to follow an old court case. Something that happened when it wasn't Christmas, when it wasn't the holiday season. So we're prepping for the holiday season ourselves by watching an old murder trial. And what could be a better way? I mean, honestly, what's a better way to prep for the Christmas season in your home than watching a murder trial, especially with Judge Newman in South Carolina? And that's what we're going to do. Before we do that, though, we have to give a big shout out to a new person, quite gingery. This is your first offense. You may not know you committed offense, but you typed first in chat. Well, you typed something, and you were the first person to type anything in chat. You said hi. It seems non-offensive. It seems like something that normal people would not raise a concern with. But in our world, it is actually a crime, and it's a crime that is sentenced immediately with internet ownership. And so we hereby sentence you to internet ownership for being first in chat. What that does entail for you, not much, other than just have to maintain everything internet related worldwide. So you should expect to maybe get a few phone calls. You might have a couple people knock on the door, just ask for some help with a couple of devices, maybe setting up a new phone, maybe configuring a router here or there, smart TVs, remote controls, getting things working. That's all. So in addition to whatever other things you had to do today, you now are also responsible for everything internet related worldwide. And I'm sure you can handle it because everyone before you has. And not all of them were not all of them were experts when it comes to IT, which I'm sure you are because you were first in chat, which shows you know something about internet. Genuine Heidi, super chat. Thank you very much. Love your logo there. Good to have you here, Genuine Heidi. And Sore Throat says, thanks for the happy birthday opera. You are welcome. I'm sorry I missed you on Friday. I'm glad we could do a little redo there at the end of the live stream last time. So I hope you had a great birthday on Friday. All right, with that out of the way, this is what we're doing. We are going back and watching a case that I knew nothing about. This is going back to 2021. So this takes us way back before Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, before Darrell Brooks, before my channel became a channel. We're going back and digging into the archives to watch this trial. This is a trial of with Judge Newman, and it's Nathaniel Rowland, and he's accused of basically taking advantage of the fact that a girl got in his car thinking he was her Uber driver. And he was not. Her body was found, I believe, the next day, and this is the trial that ensued. We already know the outcome, so we don't have to be super careful about that. But when you watch this trial, just realize that when you think about what was happening in the world about 2 years ago, generally, we have that here. So This is not current. This is not, people are not currently taking the sort of health precautions that you will see during this trial. But it happened at the time, so let's not make that a big issue. And let's just try to enjoy the trial and learn from it as we can. This channel is just a gleam in RA's eyes way back in the day. Yes, Adam. Thank you for that. Non-aliving pre-owned court case. All right. Somebody said, Kitty. Let me just mention.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Let me just mention. This court case involves a crime that was violent in nature, that was quite graphic. Some of those pictures may be shown throughout this. I think on day 2 is where we might see a couple of those crime scene pictures. Just be aware of that, and know that if that is something that you're not here to learn from and watch. You may want to watch something else during this time. But why would you, honestly, when we have this? Because we have this fun community together. Somebody mentioned cats, and I've come to the conclusion that I am a cat owner, and I accept that. I've wrapped my arms around that and believe that is my new identity. I'm a cat owner. But I'm not convinced that I am what do you call that? That I am the only cat's owner, that I am my only cat, that my cat's only owner. Does that make sense? I think my cat is cheating on me. That's what I'm getting to. I think my cat is cheating on me, and I think that it has 2 families. Is this a thing? Because honestly, we found the cat. It was a little bit scrawny, a little bit wild, a little bit had been running around, but it had a collar. It had a flea collar when we found it. All cats are cheaters. We didn't take the cat, but the cat often leaves and comes back. And sometimes when it comes back, it wants nothing to do with the food we've offered it. And sometimes it comes back and it wants everything to do with the food we've offered it. But we've noticed it's gone about half the time. So we think there is another family out there who also owns a cat identical to ours. As a matter of fact, owns the same cat that we own. And it might be their cat, honestly, because it sort of found us. I don't know how to handle this. I'm thinking this is why there was no response to my found lost cat advertisement, because this other family might not know that their cat is missing. They might not know because their cat isn't missing. It just wanders off occasionally and then comes back later. So I'm thinking we have a 2-timing kitty that is getting the best of both worlds and is getting spoiled rotten. Am I blurry? Is it just my eyes? I'm probably blurry. Let's see. No, it's just your eyes. Just your eyes. Not sure if that's what you wanted to hear. Good WA, but I think we're good. You stole the cat. It had a flea collar. I'm dying. No, it's we didn't steal it. It just wouldn't leave. It wouldn't leave. Eventually, we fed it, and it stayed there. This is Shells. Here's my point. I was getting to this. I think I need to put. If I had found a homing pigeon, I would tie a message to it and say, just FYI, this homing pigeon seems to live here now. Does it belong to someone else? If you find this note, please reach out to me. I'm thinking I'm either going to put a camera on it, or probably the safer bet is to put an Apple AirTag on it, because I have one of those. So I might have to get an Apple AirTag collar for the kitty to wear, so we can see whose cat is it anyway. Because either either this cat is just like living it up and getting the best of the both worlds, or I don't know. I can't believe that it's just gone all the time and then comes back and is not hungry. We have the heated cat box. We have the window seat that it loves, with the beveled glass oval. It loves to sit up there and watch us. So I'm thinking AirTag is the next step. I'm wondering if there's a way that I can't do that. I couldn't publicize that because that would just dox everybody. So we're going to AirTag the cat. That's the next move. I'm going to be shopping for an AirTag collar, and then we're going to per session is 9/10 of the law. Per session. It likes me more than anyone else. I know that because it will come running from wherever it is. Anyway. Your fans have been sending the cat gifts for months, so I'm sure he'll choose you. I don't know if it doesn't work like that, does it? It's not like the two families meet and our kids look each other in the eye and we're both crying and wondering who's going to win the cat and then the cat in the middle gets to decide. I'm pretty sure if it is their cat, then it's they should probably put a chip in it so we would be able to find out. But I'm not sure. Anyway, all right. That being said, cats can be loyal, but not as loyal as dogs. Yeah, this cat is not loyal at all. So I'll keep you updated. I may not be the cat owner I think I am. I may only be half the cat owner I think I am. But here's the cat police on the phone right now. Let's see what's happening here.
Dogs. Yeah, this cat is not loyal.
Oh. Hey, this is RA, but you might need to turn down your side for it to not have feedback.
All right. Sorry, but you might need to turn down your side for it to not have feedback.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that.
Your side.
I'll turn it down here for a minute. Hey, look, are you there?
Is that better?
That's much better. Hey, this is Scott. Who am I speaking with?
I'm Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. Your story about the cat is just too close to home. I have to share this one with you.
Do you have a similar cat? Let me ask. Does
I
it look just like
when
mine?
My daughter was 8 or 9 years old, and she had a cat. It was our cat, but it was basically her baby.
Mm-hmm.
And it started to disappear, and it would come back never hungry, be gone for a week or so, and then come back. And again, never starving, never rumpled, nothing. And I'm like, finally, I taped a note to the collar with my name and phone number that basically said, hey, I think we're sharing a cat here. Here's my name, here's my phone number. Please call me and let me know. And about a week later, the cat comes back, and the message is gone. I did it a second time, and again, taped it to the collar. The message disappeared. It was wrapped in waterproof tape and everything. So I thought, okay, finally the cat just stopped coming back home after about a couple months of this.
It became someone else's indoor cat?
Well, we didn't see it for a long time. About a year later, my daughter's coming home from school. She comes running in the door and tells me, Mom, I just saw Baby. He's down the street a block or so away at this house.
Yeah.
And I'm like, come on, the cat can't possibly be. So we walked down there, and sure enough, it was Baby.
Wow.
The woman who had been feeding it, well, first off, she was feeding him salmon and tuna.
Oh, that's cheating.
Human style.
That's cheating.
As opposed to, yeah. But she had no kids, and she was scared to death that we were going to come take the cat away.
Oh.
The reason it stopped coming back across the street was because it had come, when it ran across, got sideswiped by a car and got shaken up. And after that, he didn't come back to our house. He wouldn't go near the street after that.
Yeah. Well,
so I put this to my daughter as a lesson. I said, look, it's your cat. We can take him home with us, no questions asked. But if he's coming over here, he's going to keep coming over here. Do you want to take the chance of him getting hit by a car? Or do you want to come over here and visit with him?
Yeah.
And play with him here? And she let him go. And she just went back over. Turned out the woman ended up being a great substitute babysitter, an occasional babysitter.
A cat watcher.
I mean, she had no kids of her own, and she had gotten so attached to this cat and she ended up getting attached to my daughter. My daughter fell in love with her, and they had a great relationship as long as we lived there.
That's awesome.
So,
well, maybe we're going to make some new friends who also like cats, so we'll see. Thanks for sharing that story. That might be the best possible scenario that comes of this, but I appreciate that. Good luck with
have a good one.
Thank you.
And
Bye-bye.
you guys have a blessed Christmas.
You too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So Adam Nusky during that call happens to mention that it might be two other families I'm sharing the cat with. I will say, if it's two other families, the other two are getting the little end of the deal because we get at least 50% time with the cat. But we're not here to talk about cats. I was just going to give you an update. We're actually going to start a court case today, and it's a good one. By good one I mean it's crazy. It's got a lot of stuff in it, and the ending I believe is phenomenal. So we're going to do that. I'll keep you updated on the cat as we can. Jen, welcome back. Good to have you here. That's really cool. All right, we're going to begin. Any other objections before we begin? I realize we're starting in the deep end. I'm going to need you guys to pay attention to these opening statements because that really lays the foundation of this case. It really spells out what we're dealing with. I can tell you that this is a girl, a 21-year-old girl who got into a vehicle that she thought was her Uber driver. Turns out it was not her Uber driver. It was a murderer. It did not end well for her, and now we've got this court case that happens in Judge Newman's courtroom. And Judge Newman, as we know, is perfectly capable to handle all sorts of criminals, and he does so in this one as well. And at the very end, he shares his opinion and thoughts, which is just priceless. All right, let's see. I see the burner phone. I got a message about a waterproof AirTag cat collar. I will take a look at that as we start this case. We are going to be watching this at 1.25 speed, which is just a little bit faster than normal. We're going to watch it pretty much the whole case a little bit faster than normal. So just be aware of that. It's so we can get through everything in time for the holidays. And as we get further along, I'll let you know that my family has plans for the week after Christmas, which are going to take me out on the road with the family together. We're going to go on a little mini vacation. I'm not going to share all the details right now, but it might take me away from the channel for a little bit during the Christmas season while we don't have a lot going on. So let's begin that, and let's see. Let's turn that on. Let's get some audio from court. I think we're going to have Judge Newman explaining the introduction to this case right now. Let's see.
Introduction to the trial of the case.
There it is.
These remarks are not a charge on the law in the case. And I will instruct you as to the law during the trial and in greater detail at the end of the trial before you retire to consider your verdict. This is merely an explanation of the procedure that we will follow so that you will better understand what may be happening. Many of you may want to take notes during the trial. If you do, the bailiffs will be instructed to provide you with a notepad to take notes. Individual notepads, you will have to leave them in the courtroom when you go
our defendant
to
right
the jury
there.
room.
It's Mr.
You will not
Nathaniel
have access
Rowland.
to them other than while you're seated in the jury box until deliberations. Understand that some of us are better note takers than others, and the fact that one person has taken a note is not any substitution for the recollection of your fellow jurors. The defendant, Mr. Rowland, is charged by an indictment filed with this court. He's charged with the offense of murder, kidnapping, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. He has pled not guilty to these charges. The indictment or the indictments are simply the charge or charges which has been levied against the defendant, and it is not in any sense evidence of the allegations contained in it. His plea of not guilty places upon the state the burden of proving each and every element of the indictments against him beyond a reasonable doubt. And it will be your duty as jurors to decide whether the state has met that burden. Your purpose as jurors is to find and to determine the facts of this case, because out of all the 600-700 people who were summoned, the great multitude who appeared yesterday, out of all the people who appeared this morning, out of all the people who live in the state of South Carolina, Richland County, out of all the people in the world, only the 12 of you who will deliberate can decide the facts of this case. You are the sole judge of the facts of this case. And if at any time I make any comment regarding the facts, you must disregard it because you are the sole judges of the facts of this case. Now, just as you are the sole judges of the facts as a presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law. and you must accept as correct the law as I stated to you at this time, during the trial, and in greater detail at the end of the trial. You are to determine the facts from the testimony that will come from this witness stand to my right, together with other evidence and exhibits that may be offered. It is especially important that you perform your duty of determining the facts diligently, that you are conscientious and stay focused on the evidence, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of a fact by a jury. We will take sufficient breaks so that you will not get worn out sitting for a long period of time. As I stated to you earlier, you are to not discuss the case with anyone after you leave the courtroom. You are to refrain. You must make a conscious effort to refrain from being exposed to any information about the case outside of the courtroom. You're not to consult or review any internet sources, any websites, blogs. You're not to engage in any personal investigation. You are to refrain from any access to any information about this case, because you just took an oath to well and duly try this case and render a true verdict according to the law and according to the evidence, so help you God. And once you if you uphold that oath and stick to that oath, you will have fulfilled your duty as jurors, and no one will have any basis to complain about your verdict. Now, as I indicated, you are to determine the facts of this case from the law, from the evidence that is presented, including exhibits. Necessarily, you will have to evaluate the credibility, that is, the believability of the evidence that is offered during the course of the trial. In just a moment, the solicitor will make what's called an opening statement, in which reference would be made to the what the state believes that the evidence in the case will show. And following that, the defendant will be given an opportunity through counsel to do so if they desire. We'll proceed now to opening statements from the state.
May I please report?
Yes.
Ms. Bennett, Ms. Good, Mr. Pillinger, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. March 28th, 2019 was supposed to be a celebration. Samantha Josephson and friends were gathering together as a celebration of life. They hadn't seen one another in a while, and they were getting together because, quite frankly, they were all about to graduate. They were getting together to relive a few of those kind and fun moments of college, and a chance to reflect a little bit on those times, and also to think a little bit about what the future was to hold. They were looking towards toasting and celebrating the fact that they were graduating and moving to a new phase of their life. They had their eyes firmly fixed on their futures, and their eyes firmly fixed on their love for one another. But what they didn't realize, what they could never have realized, is that the defendant, Nathaniel David Rowland, had his eyes firmly fixed on Samantha Josephson. He had his eyes fixed on Ms. Josephson as she walked outside the Bird Dog Lounge in 5 Points, alone. As she walked outside, as she had ordered an Uber ride, alone. As she stood there alone waiting on that Uber, he had his eyes firmly transfixed on her as she waited for that Uber ride to arrive. We know this because 5 Points has cameras. The cameras captured Nathaniel Rowland's vehicle, a 2017 Chevrolet Impala, a black 2017 Chevrolet Impala, circling the block multiple times. Not stopping to converse with people, not stopping to eat, but just circling the block. Sometimes even in the wrong direction down Saluda Avenue. 5 Points has cameras. Cameras record Nathaniel Rowland's 2017 black Impala as it pulls into a parking space next to where Samantha is waiting by herself for that Uber. And she mistakenly gets into that vehicle owned by the defendant, Nathaniel David Rowland. And we know that to be true because those cameras and 5 points that I mentioned to you captured those things. The evidence will show that after she got into that vehicle, that's the last time that anybody saw her alive. The next time that somebody saw Samantha Josephson, she was found alone in the woods, covered in her own blood, dead. She'd been stabbed multiple times from the bottom of her feet, throughout her torso, throughout her face, her neck, and her head. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm Byron Gibson. I'm the solicitor here. And along with Deputy Solicitor Daniel Goldberg, Deputy Solicitor April Sampson, and Assistant Solicitor Amanda Gaston, we represent the state of South Carolina against the defendant, Nathaniel David Rowland. Now, over the next couple moments, I'm going to give you just a little bit of a roadmap so that you'll understand where we're going and what we're going to be doing over the next several days as we try this case. And let me say this, just a point of order. You may see the folks at this table sometimes without masks on. We've been vaccinated. We're not making a political statement. We're conversing with one another. We've been together for some period of time and we're comfortable with one another. We believe that the evidence in this case is going to show, and the evidence that you're going to hear from this witness chair in this courtroom, that once Samantha Josephson got into Nathaniel Rowland's 2017 Black Impala, she couldn't get out. And she couldn't get out because the child's safety lights were engaged. We believe that the evidence will show that that vehicle traveled through the Shandon community and into the Rosewood community. We know that to be true because Samantha's friends and her boyfriend Greg shared their locations on a social app called Find My Friend. We believe that investigators will testify that Samantha's phone tracked into that Rosewood community, but mysteriously powered off around 2:27 a.m., roughly 20 minutes from the time that she got into Nathaniel Rowland's 2017 Black Impala. We believe that the evidence will show that Nathaniel Rowland's phone and Samantha Josephson's phones tracked together, meaning they were together in that car, in that vehicle at some point in time. We believe the evidence will show that after Samantha's phone powered off, that Mr. Rowland's phone continued to ping, to be tracked up Rosewood, up Garners Ferry Road, eventually up Sumter Highway, into Sumter, South Carolina, and then into a small community called New Zion. New Zion, remember that place. New Zion is important for several reasons. Number one, it's the childhood town of the defendant, Nathaniel David Rowland. It's the place where Samantha Josephson's body was found, where it had been discarded, where it had been dumped. And interestingly enough, the place where her body was discarded, dumped, that remote area, was just about 2 miles from the family home of Nathaniel David Rowland. We expect that the evidence will show that after leaving New Zion, Mr. Rowland's phone tracks back through Sumter, South Carolina. But this time, he makes a stop. Someone is seen using Samantha Josephson's debit card, Wells Fargo card, attempting to get money out of her account, 2 times unsuccessfully. The evidence will show that Mr. Rowland's phone tracks back into Columbia, South Carolina, pretty much the corner of Rosewood and Garners Ferry. There's a Wells Fargo there. Video evidence will show, again, a person attempting to get money out of Samantha Josephson's account. 9 attempts. Each one of those 9 attempts unsuccessful. And again, video evidence will show those things. We expect that you'll hear testimony from a person named Maria, somebody who was a friend of Mr. Josephson who had just begun to have some type of relationship with Mr. Josephson. We believe the testimony will show that Mr. Josephson had access to Maria's home. Maria was a friend who Mr. Rowland was supposed to be taking to work that morning, some hours after Samantha disappeared. He was late, but he did arrive at Maria's home. And when he got there, got in the car, when Maria got in the car, we expect the testimony will show that she questioned what was going on inside that car. Why was there blood inside the car? We expect that you'll hear testimony about the fact that once she arrived at work late, there was an agreement that he was to pick her up from work, but he was late to that as well. We expect the testimony will show video evidence of Mr. Rowland walking into the store to attempt to sell Samantha Josephson's cell phone. We expect that you'll hear evidence. You'll hear evidence from this witness chair of witnesses who will talk about the bloody clothes of Nathaniel Rowland that they found in a dumpster behind Maria's home that he had access to. Cleaning products that were in a dumpster behind Maria's home that he had access to. And this peculiar looking knife bladed tool that we expect Maria will testify that she'd seen Mr. Rowland with on a previous occasion. We also expect that you'll hear that that weapon was found in the garbage behind Maria's home. But equally important, as you hear testimony, you'll hear from a pathologist. That pathologist will explain to you that Samantha Josephson suffered over 100 different stab wounds and cuts and abrasions across her body. And those wounds were consistent with that blade that they found, or that was found in the trash behind Maria's home. That blade that she saw him cleaning at some point in time the next day. I submit to you that as you hear additional testimony, you'll hear testimony about DNA analysts and crime scene analysts who came and they took a look at Mr. Rowland's 2017 black Impala. And they found Samantha Josephson's blood in that Impala, her prints in that Impala, her hair in that Impala. We suggest to you that that's the same vehicle that was seen circling around 5 Points. The same vehicle that Maria rode in that day and said, hey, what's going on with the blood? That same vehicle that 24 hours after Samantha Josephson came up missing. That same vehicle that was back in 5 Points. Back in 5 Points, riding down the street.
I'm going to fix this audio. Hold tight just 1 second.
Initiated a traffic stop.
We're going to pause for just for a second. Let me fix the audio for you guys. It's starting to get a little clippy.
On that 2017 black Impala.
Let's see if it's the speed that's causing the problem.
And Mr. Rowland eventually stopped the car after he turned the wrong way down Saluda Avenue for the second time in less than 24 hours. Mr. Rowland, at some point, gets out of the vehicle, speaks with police, and takes off running. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's for those intentional, deliberate, heinous, cruel, and malicious acts that Nathaniel David Rowland has been indicted for kidnapping Samantha Josephson. He's been indicted for murdering Samantha Josephson. And he's been indicted for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. And at the appropriate time, we'll ask that you return verdicts of guilty on each one of those counts. Now, as the prosecutor, I carry the role, and all of us at this table carry the role, of having to prove the case against Nathaniel David Rowland. Every element, as Judge Newman has said, beyond a reasonable doubt. And we welcome that role. We welcome that opportunity. Our courts have defined reasonable doubt in a couple ways. One is reasonable doubt is the amount of doubt that makes a reasonable person hesitate to act. The amount of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. Or a second definition is you the jury, must be firmly convinced of a defendant's guilt in order to find him guilty. Now, Judge Newman has explained to you the roles that each of us has in this courtroom. But part of that role, too, is the definitions that I just gave. You actually will take those definitions from Judge Newman, because he's the judge of the law in this case. He will instruct you on reasonable doubt. He'll instruct you on all of the other legal matters that you have to deal with. And you're to take the law as he gives it to you, because he is the judge in this case, and he is the judge of the law of this case. But you have a role as well. Each of you will be a judge of the facts of this case. And the facts that come from this witness chair, the evidence that comes from this witness chair, will be what you make your decisions on. You'll take the facts that you learn here and apply the law that Judge Newman gives you. And ultimately, when that time comes, when you're instructed to, deliberate. Now, some of you are probably asking, well, how in the world am I supposed to deliberate and deal with the facts and judge evidence and all this stuff that you're talking about? Let me just give you a couple tips and then I'll get out of your face. First, you're going to be introduced to basically 3 different types of evidence in this case. The first is direct evidence. Direct evidence is evidence that you can see, that you can touch, that you can feel, maybe even smell. Direct evidence. A second type of evidence is circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that you can infer exists from a series of facts. I'll say that again. Evidence that you can infer exists based on a series of facts. So one of the best analogies of circumstantial evidence that I can give you is, as we sit in this courtroom today, we all know it's summer in South Carolina. It's raining today, it's a little warm outside. But let's say we walk out of here at 5:30, 6 o'clock today, and whatever time the Judge Newman tells us we can go home, and you see snow on the ground. Let's say you see icicles hanging down from the post office. You see tracks in there, and maybe see some penguins walking around. You didn't see what happened, but you can infer that it snowed. You may not have seen it coming down, you may not have felt the weather change, but you can infer that it snowed based on the series of facts that there's snow on the ground, that there are tracks, that there are icicles. You can infer that. I say that because when it comes to circumstantial evidence, it's just as powerful as direct evidence. And that's some of the things that you'll see in this case. You'll have circumstantial evidence, and you can infer certain things happen based on that series of facts. And you're to take that just as you would direct evidence. A third type of evidence that you'll see in this case are stipulations. Stipulations are agreements between the parties, so between our office and the defense, that certain facts exist. And if you are read a stipulation by our office or judge informs you that the stipulation exists, then you are to take that as if it's a testimony that came from that witness chair, uncontradicted, because all parties agree that it's there. Now, as it comes to looking at witnesses, you're going to hear from lay witnesses, meaning people who may have witnessed something particular or seen something particular in this case. You'll hear from law enforcement. You'll hear from experts. And Judge will explain to you the role of experts in this case at the appropriate time. But as you listen to them, you'll have the opportunity to judge their credibility and their believability. And so you may ask how you do that. I'll just say simply, just like you're judging my credibility and my believability right now, those same tools that you've used throughout your lives, that's what we're asking you to bring to the table as you deliberate, as you listen to this case, and as you ultimately deliberate. I'll tell you, you didn't leave your common sense in the parking lot when you parked today. You brought it with you. That's why you all are sitting here right now. That's why we went through that painstaking process of picking jurors over the last day and a half, so that we could make sure to pick folks who could well and truly try the facts of this case in this courtroom and ultimately return a verdict. And we'll be asking that you return a verdict of guilty. You are to try this case based on the evidence that you hear in this courtroom, not someplace else, not thoughts that you may have about X, Y, or Z, but what you hear in this courtroom during this trial. Now, my final ask of you here is going to be simple. I'm going to ask that you consider something that's called Hakim's Razor. Hakim's Razor is a principle that suggests that with all things being considered, the simplest explanation is the truth. With all things being considered, the simplest explanation is the truth. We believe that the simple explanation is that Nathaniel David Rowland kidnapped Samantha Josephson. We believe that the simple explanation is that Nathaniel David Rowland murdered Samantha Josephson. And we believe the simple explanation in this case is that Nathaniel David Rowland possessed a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. And we believe those things because it's not only the simple explanation, but it's the right explanation. And ultimately, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, we'll be asking that you return a verdict of guilty of all counts, because he is indeed guilty in all counts. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience.
That was a solid open. Solid open.
By the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. The number 12. I want each of you to remember that number. It's important. We'll get back to it. For now, just keep it in your mind. The number 12. And I want to talk to you about a different number that has come to light during the course of this case, and that's 0. That's important. It's incredibly important. But also remember number 12.
So many numbers.
Now, 0 signifies several things in this case, and I'll start with the first one. It signifies the number of times that anyone sitting over there will have a bad or disrespectful thing to say about Samantha Josephson. 0. It just will not happen. It's also the number of times you will hear anyone over at this table say she is to blame for what happened to her. 0. It is not her fault. And I want to make that perfectly clear today. And I submit to you, by the time this trial is all said and done, and you have heard all the evidence in this case, you will be saying the same thing about Nathaniel Rowland. That it is not his fault, and he is not to blame for the death of Samantha Josephson.
Was that a
By all
guarantee?
accounts, it sounds like Samantha was a quite remarkable young lady with a bright future. Smart, motivated, and funny. And I submit to you, one heck of a fighter. And you've heard the state lay out what they believe happened that night, that in her final moments, that Samantha fought. She fought for her life. She fought hard. She fought hard. She was repeatedly stabbed with what they're calling a sharp weapon, a multi-tool. A blade no longer than about 2 inches. In the close, confined, and cramped back seat of a car. She fought, kicking and punching and clawing at the person attacking her. Who the state wants you to believe is Nathaniel Rowland. Trying with everything in her power, fighting. And you've heard, tragically, that same day that she was last seen at the bird dog, she's later found. And she's found out in Clarendon County. But that's not where Samantha's story ends. You'll hear how crime scene agents with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, they get called out to Clarendon County right away, and they rush out there to begin that important job of processing what they've been called out to see. And these agents, they're not going to have a whole lot of information as they're getting into Clarendon County, and that's typical at the beginning of the story. But they've come prepared with the tools they need to get the job done. And so as they arrive, pull up on the scene, they're immediately going to work. They're observing the area, documenting with photographs and notes, and collecting items. And they see this is a wooded area, surrounded by dirt roads. And again, they're documenting, taking pictures, making notes. And as they're getting there and observing the area, these 2 crime scene agents from SLED, they see 2 beer cans, some cigarette butts nearby. One agent documents those with photographs, while the other documents in their notes, eventually going back and sticking flags where each one is. Maybe they're important, maybe they're not, they don't know. They don't have a lot of information. Their job is to collect that information, try to figure out what exactly happened. Same scene, they notice tire tracks and muddy ruts. Again, continuing to document and take notes. And as I told you, 2 agents on scene in Clarendon County. And they're doing the same thing as they approach that wooded area where Samantha is laying just 20 feet off of that dirt road. And they notice what they describe as a footpath from the road to where her body lays. Again, they document it, take pictures, put it in their notes. They make notes about what she's wearing, her broken shoe, that she only has 1 earring in her ear. And they note the numerous wounds on her body, all over her body, from the top of her head down to her feet. And they also note what looks like drag marks on her back and her shoulder. And note that her fingernails have been ripped and torn because she fought. And they spend hours at that scene, these 2 crime scene agents, taking tons of pictures, making their observations about the area, leaving nothing unturned, making their notes. And before Samantha's body is carried off, they need a couple of more things. They want to get her fingerprints. They want to scrape her fingernails. And they take a swab of her mouth for DNA purposes. Eventually taking all of these things, along with those beer cans and those cigarette butts, back to the lab at SLED. Now, fast forward to Saturday, March 30th, in the early morning hours, around 2:30. And you've heard Mr. Gibson talk about that when Nate gets pulled over by the police. Those same two crime scene agents I've been talking about that were in Clarendon County, they're called to come out to that car on Saluda Avenue and immediately begin the task at hand, documenting that car, observing it, making notes, collecting items. And over the next couple of days, they spend a lot of time with that car, going back and doing the exact same thing, swabbing. They swab the steering wheel, the gear shift, the door handles. They lift prints, take pictures, and collect items from that car. And again, taking all of those items back to the lab at SLED. And it's a whirlwind of an investigation. There are a lot of people involved at this point. There's a third crime scene agent with SLED, Dawn Claycomb. She goes out to the autopsy of Samantha Josephson, collects more evidence that maybe wasn't collected at the scene. Again, getting her fingerprints, taking prints of her feet, another swab, and this time they swab both of her ankles. Okay? Now, that same night that Nate is pulled over by police from the Columbia Police Department, he's taken down to the Columbia Police Department building. And it's there that one of the CSI agents from SLED, one of the crime scene agents, Agent Zazik, you'll hear from her, she goes to CPD to take pictures of Nate that night, about 24 hours later. She wants to take pictures of his head, of his face, of his arms and his hands. She takes pictures of him. They're looking for scratches or marks or bruises, but there are none. Zero. Again, all of these items that these crime scene agents from Clarendon County, from the Clarendon County scene, from the car, from Nate, the pictures, they take all of this back to the lab at SLED for the scientists there to process and analyze and interpret. But it would be months after the death of Samantha Josephson and months after the arrest of Nathaniel Rowland when the scientists would present their findings on their analysis to the investigators in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to hear this number again, and that is 0. That's the amount of DNA on Samantha Josephson's body that matches Nathaniel Rowland. 0.
Whoa.
It's not on her clothing. It's not under her ripped and torn fingernails. It's not on her ankles. But like I told you before, it's evident that Samantha was a fighter. You'll hear from Dr. Thomas Beaver. He was the medical examiner at MUSC. And I'm sure he will go into excruciating detail about the injuries she suffered from the top of her head to her feet. Her ripped and torn fingernails and her battered knuckles. She fought. And because she fought, she did get some evidence for you. That's right. Nathaniel's DNA is not there, but someone else's is. Multiple someones.
She's clapping.
And remember those swabs that the crime scene agents took from his car? From the steering wheel, from the gear shift, from the door handles. More DNA that does not belong to Nathaniel Rowland. All of the evidence that the state is going to show you and want to show you throughout this case is basically what Nathaniel does from March 29th in the afternoon hours to the evening hours, into the early morning hours of March 30th. But he's not on trial for that. Ladies and gentlemen, there's zero evidence that Nathaniel Rowland was the one that kidnapped and killed Samantha Josephson. Now remember that number 12? I told you about it at the very beginning, that important number. That number signifies you, the jury. And everyone at that table over there has been waiting since March 30th of 2019 to meet you guys. And I told you this number is important because it represents the first 12 people that will have all of the information, not just what's convenient for the narrative. The first 12 people not to jump to conclusions about this case. And the 12 people that will come back and tell the world that Nathaniel Rowland did not kidnap and kill Samantha Josephson, that Nathaniel Rowland is not guilty. Thank you very much.
A little abrupt ending there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take about 5 minutes, and then we'll proceed with the first witness. Please go to the jury room. We have you come back in about 5 minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
I think it caught Judge Newman a little off guard there on the on that last little bit. Give me a second here. We're gonna prep. We are burning through this trial. This trial was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Very effective opening statement. The most impactful part to me was the statement where she says there was, with all that fighting that occurred between the victim and her attacker, and the injuries that were sustained with broken fingernails and bruised knuckles and everything, there was no DNA from the defendant found on the crime scene, which is surprising, which is very surprising.
Make notes.
Please be seated.
Did you make?
I liked both the opening statements. Very good, succinct.
You ready for the jury?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Let's try not to do spoilers. I realize this is all decided years ago. For those of us that are seeing it for the first time and have not, read the spoilers, so to speak, let's leave it safe. Looks like we got an update from Diet Coke Mama from KSL News Radio, which is one of the largest news station in Utah, reporting that family vlogger Ruby Frank pleads guilty to 4 of 6 charges. Ruby Frankie pleads guilty to 4 of 6. Which means this will be avoiding a criminal trial. We aren't watching the current trial. We're watching this one as a lead up to Christmas.
Can I take my face mask? Corvishly, C-O-R-V-I-S-H-L-E-Y.
Mr. Corvishly, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, where are you from?
Charleston, South Carolina, since I was about 8 years old.
All right. And did you go to high school in that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you go to college?
I went to the University of South Carolina.
All right. What years were you at the University of South Carolina?
I started in 2014, graduated December of, 2014, excuse me, graduated December of 2018.
All right. Can you tell this jury how you came to meet Samantha Josephson?
We met in the 5 Points area out at one of the bars. Started a conversation. That's how I got to meet her.
All right. And where was Samantha from?
Robbinsville, New Jersey.
Do you know how she ended up here in Columbia?
She also went to the University of South Carolina.
Okay. Can you describe your relationship with her over the first couple of years of knowing her and her time in college?
For a little bit, I guess the way I would describe it is we were talking, we were more than friends, but we weren't quite to the stage of boyfriend and girlfriend. That happened for about a year, and then we decided to make it official, become boyfriend and girlfriend in the spring of 2017, I believe.
Okay. And as you were getting to know each other during those first couple of years and even beyond, what kinds of things did you do together?
We did everything together, I would say. We kept in contact more than the average couple. Even when we were living 5 minutes apart, FaceTime each other, checking in. go get food. We'd go to the 5 Points area together. We'd go to football games. We did pretty much everything together.
Right. And you said at some point things got a bit more serious between you. Is that right?
Yeah, spring of 2017, right before the summer.
And ultimately, you guys were actually in a relationship.
Yes, sir.
Cared for each other a great deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Loved one another.
Yeah.
And what were you studying at Carolina?
I was studying marketing in the business school with a minor in sports management.
How about Samantha?
Samantha was poli-sci with aspirations of going to law school.
Okay. And you said you graduated when?
December of 2018.
When was Samantha expected to graduate?
Spring of that 2019.
Okay.
Or May.
And you said that as far as after school, after graduation, each of you had plans. What were those plans?
So she had just gotten accepted into Drexel Law School on a full scholarship. I was still on the job search, but our plan was that she would go to Drexel, and due to the obviously difficult nature of law school, I wanted to make it a little easier, so my plan was to move up to Philadelphia and look for a job up there and not live together per se at that point, but be close enough to where it wasn't going to be tough on either of us.
All right.
Too close?
That's all right.
There we go.
Drexel's in the Philadelphia area, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's turn your attention to March of 2019, specifically Thursday, March 28th of 2019. Where were you that day and what were you doing?
I was in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I started the day off going to my brother's house, looking after his dog because he was at work. And then I was watching the March Madness games at night around 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I just moved it just slightly. It was getting a little feedback.
All right.
There you go. So you said you were in Charleston and the NCAA tournament was going on?
Right. I was watching the game that started around 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay. Where was Samantha?
Samantha was in Columbia, South Carolina, at her apartment.
Were you in contact with her that night?
I was. I was in contact with her throughout the entire day.
Okay. What form of contact did you all have with each other?
FaceTime, text messages, calls, basically asking me to come up to Columbia that night to visit her.
Okay. And do you know generally what her plans were that night and who they were with?
Just her roommates and her friends, her extended friend group that didn't live with her. They were going to go out to the 5 Points area like any regular night at South Carolina.
And who is Tegan Berry?
Tegan Berry is one of her roommates and one of her very good friends.
Okay. And was she with her that night?
Yes.
Could you tell and so you talked to Samantha by these different various platforms throughout the night, you said?
Yes, sir.
While she was still at home?
While she was still at the hub where she lives, yeah.
The hub. Okay. Where's the hub?
If my memory serves me correctly, from when I lived there, 1426 Main Street.
Okay. Could you tell when you were discussing with her, or when you were talking to her that night, whether she'd been drinking at all?
Yeah, I think they had plans to go to the 5 Points area. They had a couple drinks. I'm not sure how many.
Okay, was that unusual for her, or you, or her friends?
No.
All right. Now, without going into specifics, did she confide in you that night about some concerns that she had about her family at all?
Yes.
Some medical issues with a family member or something like that?
Yes.
Okay, so as a result of that, what did you tell her?
I told her to get her mind off of it, to go out with her friends, that she had just worked so hard, got into law school. She deserved to have a night to celebrate that and have fun with her friends. And I just told her to go out and have fun that night.
Okay. At the end of that conversation, what'd you do?
I believe I went to the gym right after that. The NCAA game had just ended, and I think it was around 9:30, 10. I headed over to my neighborhood gym.
All right. Did you talk to Samantha again?
I did a couple times while I was at the gym, while she was trying to convince me to come up to Columbia still.
Was that unusual for her to try to do that?
Absolutely not.
And did it go?
Most of the time, pretty much every single time, yes. I had done that 2-hour drive quite a bit.
On this particular night, did you make the ride up to Columbia?
I did not.
How come?
Because she was supposed to be visiting 2 days later on Saturday. I always went to Columbia. I never had her come to Charleston, so we planned that trip, and she was supposed to come down, so I figured I'd see her in 2 days, just wait till then.
While you were at the gym, were you having contact with her throughout?
Yes.
Do you remember how?
I think I got a couple FaceTimes, a couple text messages, just the same thing, saying I really want you to come up to Columbia. I really need you to be with me tonight. I guess she was still thinking about the stuff that she had confided in me about, and just wanted me to be around to make her feel a little bit better.
So what time did you get home from the gym?
11:30 p.m.
And when did you next have contact with Samantha?
As soon as I got home, once again, kind of more of the same stuff. I believe at that point they were leaving the hub to go to their friend Edgar's house, which is about 2 minutes outside of the 5 Points area.
And so based on your conversations with her and your texts, what time did she get to the 5 Points area that night?
I would say about 12:15, 12:30.
Okay. And where did she go? Do you know what establishment?
She went to Bird Dog. Which is, yeah.
Is that a place you had been before?
I'm sorry?
Is that a place you had been before?
Yeah, numerous times.
And she had been there numerous times?
Yeah, it was a regular place that we went to.
All right, so as the night progressed between approximately 12:30 and say 2 a.m., what was the nature of your contact with her during that period?
It was mostly just telling me just kind of out there things just about the bar, if she saw anyone that I knew, just casual conversation, and then mixed in with, I really want you to still come up to Columbia and drive up.
At some point late in the evening, did you actually speak to her via telephone call?
I did around 2:04, well, a little bit in that 12:30, 1 o'clock a couple times, and the last time was around 2:04 a.m.
Okay. When you spoke to her on the phone, what was she doing?
At what point?
I'm sorry, thank you. The approximate 2:04 a.m. call, what was she doing?
At that point, she was leaving the bar. She told me she had called an Uber, and she was waiting on that to go back home to the hub.
Was that unusual for her to, or any of you in the group, to take an Uber like that?
No, Ubers are pretty frequent. There's not really another avenue of transportation, and the hub is so far away that no one wants to make that walk.
Okay. So what happened next?
We got off the phone. Me and her had our locations shared with each other through the Find My Friends app, and I tracked it just to make sure she got home safe, as I always did.
And I'm sorry, I kind of stopped you there. Can you describe what that Find My Friend app is and how that works?
Right, so it'll pinpoint where whoever it is that shares their location, where they are, and it'll give you a constant update by the second about where their location is. And like I said, it's pretty frequently updated. So if you're in a car, it'll track it, as you're moving.
Okay. And so why were you looking at where she was going?
I just want to make sure she got home safely.
Okay.
Matthew, I'm going to think about this one. I'm thinking it was Johnny Depp.
So, got a map here of Columbia. And if you could describe what you've been talking about in terms of the bird dog in that area and the hub, what you see. Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question.
Just the relationship between the hub and the bird dog.
I mean, they're pretty far, as you can see.
And so, when you began tracking her phone as she departs the bird dog, which direction was it headed?
Where that yellow pin is for the bird dog, it went south of that.
Okay, so this way?
Yeah, the complete opposite direction of where you would go if you were going towards the hub.
Okay. And when you saw that she was going in a different direction, what did you do?
I called her, first texted her. At first I really didn't think anything of it. I thought maybe they're going back to Edgar's or someone's house after. But there was no response and no answer to the call.
And this might sound like a stupid question, but how did you know that that was the wrong direction, headed this way, as opposed to going to the hub?
Because I lived there and I had taken that Uber route very many times.
You previously lived at the hub yourself?
Yeah.
So you said you tried to reach her directly?
Tried to reach her by phone, didn't, it rang, went straight, then went to voicemail, tried texting. Both of us had read receipts on, it just said delivered, and I never got the read receipt back.
And that would indicate to you, what, for those of us that are not as technologically inclined, what does that mean?
That she hadn't read the message, or that she wasn't around her phone, or for whatever reason she hadn't looked at the message personally. That would be what I would think.
And so you continue to follow her whereabouts.
Right.
Find my friend.
Right, and then I think around I think I tried contacting her by Snapchat as well, and no answer there. I believe her location stopped. It stopped getting shared with me, which had never happened before in our relationship.
About what time?
About 2:30, 2:40 a.m.
Okay. And the general area in which that happened?
That was the Montgomery Avenue. Was the last place that I saw it tracked to.
And so can you describe what we're looking at here on the map?
Yeah, I mean, that's Montgomery Avenue, that's Bird Dog right in the middle, and as you can see, the hub they're on opposite sides of each other.
And you said that this area
Was the last area that the Find My Friends app showed her location at.
What did you think was happening at this point?
And I really didn't know what to think. I thought maybe she left her phone in an Uber, and the Uber went home. I called her roommates to ask, do you know if she's home? Are you guys home? I didn't really know what to think at this point. I just kept trying to call her just to see if she would answer.
And did you actually end up speaking to her roommates at all?
Yeah, I think I had some texts with them around 3 or 3:30. I don't really remember the time, but I had told them that I had told them the situation, and I think they came to the same conclusion or assumption that I did, that maybe she dropped her phone or something like that. But
So, to your knowledge, did her friends actually go looking for her that night?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think they did. I believe they did.
But you didn't find out that they had made contact with her in any way?
No, I think I went to sleep around 5 a.m.
5 a.m.?
Yeah.
And so that would have been, we were talking about Thursday night, but this is really
Friday morning. Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, and that's March 29th.
Yes, sir.
2019, correct? Did you get any sleep that night?
I tried to get my mind off of it, and I did go to sleep around 5:30 a.m.
Tell us what you did. I'm not going to say the next morning, but a few hours later after you slept for a little bit.
I woke up, I think, around 11 a.m. To calls from her roommate, Carly, saying that Samantha had never returned home.
Can't say what they told you.
Excuse me.
That's all right.
I apologize.
You can say her roommate called you.
Roommate called me.
Right. So based on that, what did you do?
I drove up to Columbia.
You still hadn't heard from her at any point?
No,
Samantha?
I hadn't heard anything.
No responses to any of your messages? Of any
No,
kind?
nothing. No read receipts, no nothing.
So when you got to Columbia, what did you do?
There was a police officer there.
Where?
At the hub already, and then I went down and I gave them the information from the previous night that I just gave to you.
When you said there was a police officer at the hub, had that officer, to your knowledge, already been there speaking with the roommates?
Yes.
Okay. And you just happened to see the officer when you got there?
No, I went up to the room, and then the officer asked if she could interview me down by her police car on Main Street.
Okay. So you spoke to the officer, told him what you knew, and after that, what did you do in Columbia?
After that, we went to the Montgomery Avenue point. We started knocking on doors, asking if anyone had seen anything suspicious, heard anything. We looked around. We looked on the grass for her phone. Any trace of that she had been there. We didn't find anything, and neither had the neighbors heard anything.
What came after that?
After that, we went to the 5 Points area to see if we could ask some of the managers to look at the surveillance footage to see if she had gotten in a car, to see which way she went, anything to kind of give us a little inkling of where she might be. We went to Breakers first because it has a pretty big view of the main street of 5 Points. They didn't have anything. So then we went to Bird Dog, and that's when we saw the footage of her getting into the black Chevy Impala.
You actually saw that yourself?
Yeah.
Did you recognize the vehicle at all?
I did not.
What was next?
Next, I believe I went.
Well, let me ask you this: did Samantha work back then?
She did.
Where did she work?
She worked at Liberty in the Vista.
Liberty, is that Liberty Tap Room?
Liberty Tap Room in the Vista.
What was her job there?
Waitress.
Was that just on the side while she was going to school?
Yeah.
Did you try to contact them at all?
I did, and apparently she had a shift at about 11 a.m. that morning that she had never shown up for.
Friday morning?
Friday morning, yes, sir.
They hadn't seen or heard from her?
Hadn't seen or heard from her, and that was very uncharacteristic of her.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead with what you were saying.
After that, after we found out that there was a black Chevy Impala, we started searching for any black Chevy Impala we could see in the 5 Points area. We came across one, we alerted officers to it. We looked at it, and there was nothing in there. We looked in the window, there was nothing. Then I got a call, or then I met up with another one of my friends, and we went back to the Montgomery area where her phone was last tracked. We just kept knocking on doors, looking for any inkling, because it was really the only thing we had to go off of, and also further looking for a black Chevy Impala, possibly in that area, parked in her driveway.
Did you see any Impalas in that area?
I did not.
Did you speak to some of the residents in those areas?
1 or 2 families.
Okay. Nothing came from that?
Nothing.
All right. And so by the time you're doing this, approximately what time of day is this on Friday that you rode over there?
That I went back to Montgomery?
Yeah.
I'd say about 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m.
All right.
Maybe a little bit earlier, maybe 9:30, around that time frame.
Was that it for the night, or what did you do after that?
After that, her parents had driven down, and I was in contact with them to meet them at the police station. The investigator told me to come to the police station as well.
Did some of her roommates go there as well?
They did later in the night, yes.
Okay.
I think I was the first one there.
And when you got to the police station, did you meet with investigators?
I did. They took me into a room and asked me further questions.
And essentially, did they have you kind of lay out what you laid out for this jury here today?
Yes.
Okay. At the time of that interview, that was late Friday night, is that right? Or are we now into Saturday morning now?
Yeah, I guess technically Saturday morning.
It's after midnight?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at that time, we're about 24 hours removed from her being gone, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you were being interviewed by the Columbia Police Department at that time, had you been given any information about where she was?
No.
What happened after you completed your interview with them?
They took me back down to, I guess, what the waiting room is, or the main entrance room. I was surprised to see her roommates there. I was unaware that they were there. We waited for about 10, 15 minutes, and then they led us into what I would call a conference room, and there were Mr. and Mrs. Josephson sitting there, looking distraught. First thing that went through my head was, I hope their look is just because they haven't found her yet. As you said, or as I confirmed, they hadn't told me what had actually happened yet. They broke the news to us right there. And just after that, I just broke down, felt my legs collapse from under me, and, just kind of almost black out, just with disbelief.
When you spoke to her on the phone, when you spoke to Sammy on the phone at approximately 2:04 a.m., was that the last time you saw or spoke to her?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the defense.
He was ready to be done. Get some cross here.
Thank you. You may step down.
No questions?
Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please court state calls Tegan Berry.
I know that there was a law that they tried to pass in Samantha's law in South Carolina after this because of this case, but I don't know what the outcome of that was.
I am Tegan Berry. Can you say your name one more time for court reporter? Tegan Berry. Good afternoon, Ms. Berry. Please tell the jury a little bit about yourself.
Sure. I'm from New Jersey originally. I'm from Clinton, New Jersey. And then I did 1 year of community college at home before I transferred to USC my sophomore year.
And when did you graduate from USC?
The same May that Sammy would have graduated of 2019.
May of 2019. And when we say USC, you mean?
University of South Carolina.
And what do you do now?
I'm a communications coordinator up in New Jersey.
You briefly mentioned USC. You didn't start there as a freshman.
No, I was out of community college my freshman year, and then I transferred in my sophomore year with my roommate Jacqueline. She was also transferring in, so we kind of came together.
Was Jacqueline also a sophomore at the time?
Yes, she was also a sophomore at the time.
Did you know anybody else at USC before you got here?
My older brother went here before me as well, so I knew him and some of his friends, but it was really the transition happened because Jacqueline was going as well.
And did Jacqueline know anybody at the University of South Carolina?
We had a few other people from our high school who have been here, so yeah, we knew those high school people.
Was she your roommate throughout your time at USC?
Yeah, we were roommates all 3 years. We lived in that same apartment in the hub.
Did Jacqueline introduce you to some other girls?
Yes, Jacqueline is kind of the reason that I met Sammy and Carly and Jordan and Jenny, so yes.
And for the record, what is Jacqueline's last name?
Chizeski.
And who are some of the people that she introduced you to?
Sammy and Carly would be some of them. Jenny also, my other roommate. We've met kind of a bunch of people together. We came to school together.
Can you get closer to the mic?
Oh, sorry. Yes, we met a bunch of people together, Sammy and Carly and Jenny being some of them.
And did you and Sammy become friends after that?
Yes.
Did you ever live with Sammy?
I did, yes. My senior year, I lived with Sammy.
And what was Sammy like?
She was goofy and silly. She was super caring. She's passionate. She's easygoing. She was just kind of the ideal person.
Is it fair to say you and Sammy were pretty close?
Yes.
What sort of things did you enjoy doing as a group?
We would go to football games. We would go out and get food. We would go out to 5 Points. We kind of did everything together.
Did you guys go to 5 Points pretty often?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were familiar with the area?
Absolutely.
I want to draw your attention to March of 2019. Would this have been your senior year of college?
Yes.
Is there anything special you had going on in March? Anything you were looking forward to?
Yeah, I think we had spring break in that March, so we did that. Like Greg said, that Sammy had just gotten into law school, so we were just kind of celebrating the end of our school year as final semester seniors.
Thursday, March 28th of 2019. Were you in Columbia that day?
I was, yes.
Was there anything specific about this Thursday that you remember?
No, nothing out of the ordinary.
You mentioned spring break. Was everybody back in town by then?
Yes.
Was Jenny in town by then?
Oh, sorry. No, Jenny was not in town. Jenny did not come with us on spring break. She was in the Netherlands.
What was she doing in the Netherlands?
She was visiting her boyfriend at the time.
What were your plans for that Thursday evening?
Just to go out. The Thursday is basically a Friday for us, so.
Why is that?
No one takes Friday classes.
No one takes Friday
I'm sorry,
classes.
if you could just maybe repeat for the court.
Oh, sorry. We just didn't take Friday classes.
Thursday was a Friday. We had 2 Fridays.
Did you have any friends over that night?
Yeah, some of our friends came over, Edgar being one of them. I think Emil was there, Shannon, and Daniel.
And that would be where specifically?
At the hub, with the roommates that were home.
Did you go straight to 5 Points when you left the hub?
We did not. We went to our friend Edgar's house, who lives very close to 5 Points, so we went there so we could walk right in.
And who is Edgar?
Edgar is also someone we've met. He is from the Saluda, I believe. He's friends with Carly and them.
Was his house near 5 Points?
Yes.
At some point, did you guys leave Edgar's?
Yes, we left Edgar's and walked right to Bird Dog.
Did everybody in the group who was at Edgar's go to Bird Dog?
Yes.
Did Jacqueline join you guys at Bird Dog?
Jacqueline walked in momentarily, but she did not stay long.
How did you guys get downtown?
I believe Edgar probably drove, and then we walked from his house.
Is Edgar's house pretty close to 5 Points?
Yes.
And where did you go when you got to 5 Points?
Right to Bird Dog.
Just to clarify for the jury, what is Bird Dog?
Bird Dog is just a bar downtown. It's somewhere we went to very frequently, just an average bar, cheap drinks. I'm there with our friends all the time.
Average bar.
And was Sammy with you when you guys got to Bird Dog?
Bird Dog's grateful for the
Do you remember what she was wearing that
endorsement.
night?
I do. She was wearing an orange, bright orange top, black jeans, I think platform sandals, and my white bralette.
Beg the court's indulgence, Your Honor.
So compared to the goat, would Bird Dog be better or worse?
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor. Handing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yep, that's Sammy.
And by Sammy, we mean.
Samantha Josephson.
And what is she wearing in that photograph?
An orange top, a white bralette, platform sandals, and black jeans.
And is this the outfit she was wearing that evening?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to enter what's been previously marked for ID purposes as State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted without objection.
What were you doing inside the bar that night?
I think they're just listening to music, hanging out with their friends, talking.
Do you remember seeing Samantha inside Bird Dog?
I do.
You left,
What was she
one
doing?
thing off the list.
I mean, I'm sure I've seen her at multiple points in the night, but one of the last times I remember seeing her, she was over in the corner on the phone.
Has to do with cheap drinks.
Was it common for you to split up when you got to a bar?
Yeah, I mean, we're all here. We all have a bunch of friends, so it was common that we would see someone else we know kind of wander into what we were doing.
At some point, did you realize Samantha wasn't at Bird Dog anymore?
I did not.
And was it common for members of your group, your friend group, to leave in shifts?
Yes.
When did you realize that Samantha wasn't with the group?
It really wasn't until Greg contacted us later in the night.
Would you say it's out of the ordinary for Greg to reach out if he couldn't get in touch with Samantha?
Nope.
What did you do after Greg reached out?
I opened my Find My Friends. We all tracked each other as well, so I noticed the same location that he had previously bought up, and we went to that location and checked it that night.
Was that the location, intersection between South Ott and Montgomery?
Correct.
Were you able to make contact with Sammy?
No.
What happened next?
After we went to that location, we kind of looked around. We noticed some cars that looked like a sorority girl's house and kind of an abandoned house. We didn't really think too much of it. Maybe her phone was in an Uber or something, if it was stopped there. And then we went back to our friend Emil's house that we were at previously, and then we Ubered home.
At that location, did you see, and by that I mean South Ott and Montgomery, did you see any sign of Samantha?
No.
Did you see any of her belongings?
No.
Were you concerned at this point?
Not really. Like we said, I thought maybe her phone was left in an Uber or something along the lines of that.
And what did you do next?
After that, we left Emil's house and went back home and went to bed.
And was Samantha at the apartment when you got home?
She was not. No, her door was still open for her room.
Explain for the jury where Samantha's bedroom door was in relation to yours.
Yeah, our room was kind of a V, so the kitchen was over here, and mine and Sammy's rooms were right here, Carly's over here, and then the other two were back there, so I had to walk past her room to get into my own.
Did you notice anything when you walked past her room on your way to bed?
Her work shoes were still out. I noticed that, and I knew that she had work early the next day, so that kind of stood out.
And what happened after you walked past her room? What did you do then?
Just went to sleep.
So Friday, March 29th would be the next day, but technically those hours overlap. What time did you wake up?
I think around 10:30.
Was Samantha at the apartment when you woke up?
She was not.
Was her door still open?
Yes.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary when you peeked in her room?
Nothing out of the ordinary, just I noticed that her shoes were still there, and I think her shift was starting soon after.
And where did Samantha work at the time?
Liberty Tap Room.
Did you reach out to anybody at Liberty Tap Room?
We did, yes. We contacted them and asked if she was there, and they said that she was not.
Was it unlike Samantha to miss work without calling in sick?
Absolutely.
Were you concerned at this point?
Yes.
What happened next?
Well, before that, I texted my roommates in a group chat, and I said something was kind of off, and we all came out into the living room and talked a little bit about the next steps, and from there we decided to get in the car and go back to that Montgomery Street house.
Back to the same location you were at the night before?
Correct.
Did you see any sign of Samantha?
No.
Did you look anywhere else for her?
While we were there, we also contacted jail. We called the hospital. We called just a bunch of locations we thought that if she wasn't home, there was a potential she might be.
And did you find her?
We did not.
What happened after you left that location? South Out in Montgomery. Where'd you go?
Yeah, we went back to the hub, and I think that's when we contacted the police. We kind of did our own little search before that, because we thought that there was a 24-hour rule before you could file a missing persons report. So we were kind of just doing our own search in the meantime.
Did an officer come out and take the report?
Yeah, the officer informed us that that wasn't the case and came and spoke with all of us.
Did that officer come to the hub to speak with you guys?
Yep.
What happened after the officer left?
When the officer left, I think we just kept searching. I know we went back to that house at one point. We also broke into Sammy's laptop and looked through her emails, and that's where we found a Uber report that her ride had been canceled by the driver.
Beg your pardon, sir. If I showed you a photo of that canceled receipt, would you recognize it?
Yep.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 for ID purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
The Uber report that we pulled up on her laptop.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to enter into evidence what's been previously marked for ID purposes as State's Exhibit 2.
Said defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submit no objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. After you saw the receipt, what happened next?
I think at that point Greg was there. We might have gone back to that house again. We visited a few times that day, and then we went downtown to do our own searching. As Greg said, we first went to Breakers and looked there. It's on the corner. There's a lot of cameras right around there. They didn't have any cameras for us to look at, so we went to Bird Dog where we were all last.
I'm going to back you up just a little bit.
Sure thing.
So first, did you mention, by location, do you mean South Out in Montgomery?
Yes.
Did you see any sign of Sammy there?
No.
And after that, where did you go next?
Then we went downtown and we looked at Breakers and didn't get anything there, so we went to Bird Dog.
Were you able to look at anything at Bird Dog?
Yes, we had some mutual friends at Bird Dog, so we were able to go upstairs and look at their video footage. We kind of had an idea of when the last time we communicated with her was. We went to that point and we saw everything.
Did you see Samantha on that video?
Did.
Did you see the black Impala on that video?
Did.
Do you recognize that car at all?
No.
After you left Bird Dog, where did you go?
I'm not entirely sure what we did next. I think we probably went back to the hub again.
Were you contacted at some point by officers from the Columbia Police Department?
Yes.
Did you go there to meet with them?
Yep.
Did they question you?
Yes.
Do you remember if you were questioned by yourself or were you questioned in a group?
I was questioned by myself.
And at the point when you were speaking with the investigators, did you know whether Samantha was alive or dead?
I did not.
And to be clear, the last time you spoke to or saw Samantha was at Bird Dog?
Correct.
And did you ever hear from Samantha again?
I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No defense.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
We're going to fly through this case if they don't ask any questions from the witnesses.
You call your next witness.
State calls Amanda Mosquitis.
Amanda Misguidus. Or I'm not sure how that's spelled, but probably not the way it sounds. I don't think she's going to misguide us. I think she's going to tell the truth. Christina is the problem. This case is the gentleman on the screen there, the defendant, was basically pretended to be an Uber driver that he wasn't, and then allegedly killed the woman he picked up.
Amanda Mosquitis, Moskaitis.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Muscatis, can you tell the jury where you currently work?
Yes, I'm a special agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And what do you do? What do you do for SLED?
I'm the supervisor over SkyX.
And how long have you worked there?
About 2 months.
Where did you work previously?
The Columbia Police Department.
How long did you work for Columbia Police Department?
About 4.5 years.
And what was your position at Columbia?
I was a master patrol officer on the community response team prior to leaving.
And what did you do as a master patrol officer?
I would assist with taking calls for service through dispatch, listen to community complaints and handle them as such, attend community events, perform traffic stops.
All right, so I'm going to take you back to March of 2019. Was that your position back then?
No, ma'am, I was just a patrol officer at the time.
And what did you do as a patrol officer?
Very similar, took calls for service and conducted traffic stops, conduct property checks.
And in March 29th of 2019, did you receive a call?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I was dispatched to the call. That was probably about 1,300 hours or 1 p.m., I believe.
And can you tell the jury where you went?
Yes, ma'am. So that day I was on patrol and I was dispatched to 1426 Main Street, which is located downtown.
And is that in Richland County?
Yes, ma'am. It's in the city of Columbia, County of Richland.
All right. And what did you do upon your arrival?
Upon arrival, I went upstairs into the apartment building and I made contact at the listed apartment, although at this time I cannot recall the specific apartment.
Do you remember who you spoke with?
I don't remember her name at this time.
Would seeing your report help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
May I first witness, Your Honor? I'll hand you something and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the incident report that I wrote.
And does having that report help refresh your memory?
Yes.
So can you tell the jury where did you go?
Yes, so I would have responded to 1426 Main Street, apartment 901, and made contact with Ms. Berry.
Okay. And did you know anything about the case prior to your arrival?
I would have only been going off of what dispatch had provided me prior to making contact with Ms. Berry, but at this time I cannot recall specifically what was provided to us.
All right. And based on the information that Ms. Berry provided, what did you do?
I made contact with an employee at the Liberty Tavern restaurant located within the Vista on Gervais Street to confirm whether or not Miss Samantha had arrived at work or had called in to say that she wasn't coming to work.
And had she called in?
No, she had not.
Had she arrived at work?
She had not.
So what did you do after that?
After that, I also informed my corporal at the time as to the information that I was provided and that I had made contact with a manager at Liberty Tavern and informed my corporal as well that she had not shown up to work and she had not called in.
And did you speak with anyone else besides Ms. Berry?
Yeah, while I was in my patrol car, I had begun writing my report at the time, and I made contact with her boyfriend, Mr. Gregory.
And without telling us exactly what he said, what information were you provided?
He was just able to provide further information from his point of view, from what he had experienced when he was attempting to remain in contact with Miss Samantha.
Did you get any information about the last known whereabouts of Ms. Josephson?
I did. He was able to provide information in regards to where he was able to last track her, and that came back within another part of the city, which we at the time considered South Region, which encompasses the 5 Points area and just outside the 5 Points area, such as Rosewood and Shandon.
Does it also encompass Montgomery Avenue and South Hot?
It does, yes.
And is that in Richland County?
It is.
And were any of them able to give you the last known whereabouts of Samantha physically, where they last saw her?
The last known location that I was provided was in 5 Points outside of Bird Dog.
And is that in Richland County?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to speak to her parents?
I did speak with her parents that day as well, only over the phone though at that time.
And at that time, did they know her location?
They did not.
So based on this information of no one knowing where she was, what happened?
Based off of the circumstances and the information I was provided, I informed my corporal of all the information that I had, informed him that I was completing a missing person report, and the information that he was given was then passed up through to investigations.
And was anything done in terms of letting people know that she was missing?
Yes, ma'am. While I was still on the call, I did ask Ms. Teagan if she had any pictures of Samantha that we would be able to provide to our investigators. It is standard when completing a missing person report to try and ask for pictures. It helps identify her within a BOLO, which is a be on the lookout, and all of that information was submitted to our investigator.
So, and you said a BOLO is a be on the lookout?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that normal procedure when something or someone is missing?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 4 and ask if you recognize this.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the BOLO that was issued for Miss Samantha Josephson.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of what was sent out back in March 29th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
This time, Your Honor, I ask to introduce State's Exhibit number 4 into evidence. I would like to try.
All right. Offered an objection. I haven't seen it. And what's the basis for the objection?
Hearsay.
And, who generated this flyer again?
Who created this information?
It would have been the lead investigator, and I believe the investigator's name is on the bolo.
And is it kept in the normal course of your business?
Yes, it would have been emailed to our city-issued email address.
Is it admitted over objection?
Thank you, Your Honor. So would this be on the lookout flyer that was given to the public?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Was it also given to Columbia Police Department?
Yes.
It was a hearsay objection, but it was a business document, regular business document, so it was.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Was it
Cross-examination.
First time we get cross?
No questions, Your Honor.
No questions.
Thank you. You may step down. The next witness.
State called Marcus Williams.
They've got a team working on the state side of prosecution. Many solicitors taking turns.
My name is Marcus Williams.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
How you doing?
Well, thank you. And I just need to make sure you speak up so the entire jury can hear you.
Okay.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 49.
And where are you from?
Columbia, South Carolina.
Did you go to school here?
Yeah, I went to W.J. King.
All right, and you have family here in town?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you married?
Yes, sir.
All right, what kind of work have you done through your career?
Well, I worked for the city of Columbia for the last 10 years until I got hurt, and that's how I became an Uber driver.
Okay. So after working for the city, you had some type of work pack injury?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you became an Uber driver. What does becoming an Uber driver entail? What did you have to do to become an Uber driver?
Well, you have to send your license, registration, and copy of your insurance, and a copy of your car.
What kind of car?
A Dodge Charger.
Okay, okay.
You send all that in, and it takes like, I think, 42 or 72 hours for them to approve you, do a background check and all that.
Okay. And so once you submit it, like you said, your license, your insurance, copy of your car, at that point you can be approved?
Yes, sir.
Were you approved?
Yes, sir.
All right. And explain to the jury, tell the jury again what kind of car you were driving at the time?
I was driving a 2011 Dodge Charger.
What color was it?
Choco gray.
And so about how long had you been an Uber driver before the incident that we're talking here, so which is March of 2019?
I think a couple months, about 3 or 4 months, I think.
All right. Was there kind of a process that you would go through as an Uber driver if you got a call?
Yeah, when you get a call, it'll come up with who you have to pick up and the destination you have to go to.
Okay. So you pointed you were holding your hand out. So kind of explain that process. If a call comes through, where does the call come to?
Like if I'm riding, the phone will ring, you just get a little ring and then you'll see it. It'll come to my phone, okay. And then it'll tell you what destination, where your client that you have to pick up.
All right. So if somebody wanted to order an Uber, I guess that's what you say. Somebody wants to order an Uber. They go into an app of some sort?
Yeah, they go to an Uber app, and once they go on the app, it shows them the car, the person, your ratings, and all that.
Okay. And when you say ratings, tell us what you mean by that.
Like the comments from other people saying like your car was clean, very good driver, and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you have ratings?
Yes, sir.
What were your ratings?
All my ratings was good. If you look on my app, I had a 5-star. Car kept clean. I always get tips.
All right. And so somebody would order that Uber. The call would come through. You'd get a notice that the person was trying to reach a driver.
Yes, sir.
And so would their information come to you?
Yes, sir.
What information would you receive?
I would receive the name and the destination where I have to pick them up at.
Okay. And would your information go to that person?
Yes, sir.
What information about you would go to that person?
My picture, the color of the car, and that's it.
Okay. Now, if we were to focus a little bit more to March of 2019, March 29th, actually, 2019. Do you remember getting a call, a particular call or a series of calls?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you remember about those calls.
I used to work the 5 Points area down there. I worked the 5 Points area with the college kids.
Okay.
And I was already on a call, and I got a call to go pick the young lady up.
Okay. And when you say the young lady, you're referring to Ms. Josephson?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
He's not a man.
So you received this call to pick up Ms. Josephson. What did you do next?
Every time I receive a call, I always call the client to let them know I'm on the way or I'm outside or something like that. But when I received the call, I headed towards Hardin and Divine, I think. And I called her while I was on the way there, but she never answered the phone, so I circled around the block. I always give them like about 5 or 10 minutes because, you know, they be here and there. They don't really be at the spot where they're supposed to be.
Okay.
So I rode around for a minute. I called her again. Nobody answered the phone. And then once you get to your destination, after so many minutes, it'll come up as cancel your ride if your rider didn't show up.
Okay.
And so when I was riding, I waited. The cancel thing showed up. I think I circled like 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
But I never got in contact with her, never saw her. So they said, cancel your ride. And I just hit cancel.
Now, I want to and thank you for that. I want to go back through just a couple of things you said. You said that sometimes a person is not where they're supposed to be.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
Like I say, they might tell you to pick them up. The destination might be Bird Dog, but they might be across the street at the little store they have right there on the corner. Okay. So that's why I always call, because a lot of them don't ever be at the spot you're supposed to. So I just call them, let them know I'm in the area, let them know where I'm at, so they can meet me with it.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so are they able to kind of pinpoint their location based on the Uber app?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in this instance, you received the call. You went to the 5 Points area, and as you got to that area, based on your normal procedure, you made the call to Ms. Josephson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said there was not a response?
No, sir.
All right. And so you said you circled for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Still no response. And so this cancel feature happens? All right, what happened when that cancel feature happened here? Explain that. I want to make sure that.
After you get to your destination, the client has like, I think 5 or I don't know exactly how many minutes to get in the car. And once that time limit goes, the cancel thing will come up and says your ride ain't show up, cancel your ride.
And so this ride was canceled?
Yes, sir.
All right, what did you do next?
I think I went on by my, I don't know if I got another call or I just went on by my business.
Okay. Did you ever pick up Samantha Josephson that night?
No, sir.
To your knowledge, did you ever lay eyes on her?
No, sir.
Did she ever approach your vehicle to try to get into your vehicle?
No, sir.
All right. Was there a point in time when you learned that there had been some type of happening with Samantha Josephson?
Yes, sir. I think, I don't know if it was the next day or the day after. My brother-in-law is a lieutenant at the city.
Okay, and let me say, you can't tell me what a person said to you, but you can tell me what you did as a result of conversations.
Okay. Right. Well, I got a phone call after I heard they said what happened to Samantha. They called me, the city police called me, asked me would I come down there. I volunteered to come down there.
Okay, so you received a call from the City of Columbia Police?
Yes, sir.
They asked you to come down to the department. Did they tell you why? Well, what did you do as a result of the call?
I went down there.
Okay.
They told me why.
Okay.
And I went down there.
And what did you do when you got there?
They investigated me, and then they asked me for would I swab, can he swab my mouth? And I told them, yeah, I volunteered to do it.
Okay, and the swabbing of your mouth, was that, to your knowledge, a DNA sample?
I guess, yes, sir.
Okay, and so you voluntarily did that?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Because I had nothing to hide. I was just doing the Uber job.
Okay. After you gave that swab and talked to the City of Columbia, what happened after that? What, if anything, happened after that?
No, they just let me go, told me they'll call me when they need me.
Okay. That's your course of notice. All right. Well, thank you for your time, sir. That's all the questions I have. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Any bets on them having no questions?
Please report, Your Honor.
Yes.
They're going to think it over.
How you doing?
I'm good. Just briefly, you said that you went down to headquarters voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am. They called me.
And you just said you did that because you didn't have anything to do with anything.
Yes, ma'am.
You sat down and talked to the investigators.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that they investigated you. You said that they took your DNA swab.
Yes, ma'am.
You gave it to them.
Yes, ma'am.
And they told you that they wanted to talk to you about this rideshare situation that has literally nothing to do with you.
Yes, ma'am.
It has nothing to do with Uber, right? As far as you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Begging the court's indulgence.
They're trying to draw similarities between this witness and the
sir. You may step down.
the defendant who may have cooperated, but didn't he run from the police? So it was a little different.
State calls Andrew Yee.
Andrew, you're the next contestant. Come on down. Give me just 1 second. Hold tight just a second. While he's coming down, I'm prepping a share document that's going to be my sort of like my personal docket for our channel. For what's coming up. I'm going to start it just with my mods, but I might spread it out to let people
my name
make
is Andrew
suggestions.
Last name is spelled Y-I.
Mr. Yee, good afternoon. How old are you?
I just turned 40.
And where are you from?
A little bit of an Army brat. But I've been living in Columbia, South Carolina since 2000. Lived in upstate New York before that. Lived in Kansas. Lived in Germany. Was born in Colorado. So kind of all over.
Do you currently reside in Columbia, South Carolina?
Yes.
And where do you work?
The Bird Dog. I'm the general manager there.
And what is Bird Dog?
It's a restaurant bar.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2013.
I think he meant it's a bar restaurant.
So you were employed by Bird Dog in March of 2019?
Yes.
And around that time, do you recall anyone contacting you regarding an investigation?
Yes.
Did that investigation involve Samantha Josephson?
Yes.
And what specifically were you asked to do?
For the video and stuff, of the evening and stuff.
When you say video, what do you mean by that?
Our surveillance cameras that we have outside and stuff. But,
And where is that camera located?
the one they were particularly interested in was the one on the, I guess if you're facing the building, it would be on the left side, facing towards, down towards Green Street.
Does that video footage show from the front door?
Yeah, it's in the top, I guess, if you're facing the building, it'd be the top left of the building, and it faces out into the parking spots and the doorway.
And did you provide a copy of that footage to officers?
Yes.
Beg the court's indulgence, Your Honor.
I think we're about to see some footage, maybe.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is a DVD copy of the video of that evening.
And have you had a chance to review the contents of that disc?
Yes.
Are there any identifying marks on that disc?
Yes, my signature is on here.
And do the contents of the disc fairly and accurately represent the footage from Bird Dog's security camera on March 29th of 2019?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, State moves to enter what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 3 into evidence.
State's defense. It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I've heard this is a great case, and it's got some amazing parts in it, Vice. So thank you very much. I think it lasts about 6 days. We're going to try to get it all done this week on 1.25 speed. Yes, that is Judge Newman's voice you heard there in the background.
With regard to any and all exhibits, the court requires that you provide the court copies of those exhibits. I cannot see through the back of that TV. With regard to all exhibits, counsel should provide the court copies so that I can follow the evidence.
Judge wants to see the exhibits. Where's my copy?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Yee, what are we looking at here?
This is the footage from the camera on the left side of the building that overlooks the doorway and the parking spots.
And is this the camera that we're referencing here with regards to the security footage?
Yes.
And what is the date of that timestamp up there?
It's 3/29/2019 at 2 o'clock in the morning. Or I can't see the exact time, what, 2:06 or 2:08?
March 29, 2019?
Yeah, March 29, 2019. Yes.
Does anyone else notice the guy to girl ratio seems to be a bit off here? Is anyone doing a rough count?
Can I see through this?
I apologize, Your Honor.
It's a great camera, considering this is 2 o'clock in the morning. It's pretty dark. You've just got street lights, and it's basically like a 4K night vision camera here. Ooh, there goes a biker, zipping by on his moped. If we zoom in, we can actually see this guy get that girl's number. Don't watch it. Don't watch, guys. Don't watch.
Mr. Yee, so as far as the footage goes, it goes on from here until some other time that day?
Yeah, it continues. Until, like, you can see her on her phone and stuff.
I'm not sure who we're supposed to watch. I'm just picking out interesting
Your Honor,
things to look at.
no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
Matthew.
Sir, I have no questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. You may
No
step down.
questions for this witness.
Yes. Everyone, let's stand for a moment, everyone.
Well, it's yoga time. It's yoga time. Let's see. What do we play on yoga time? Is it the cat song? Let's see. I think we do this one. Yeah. Let's work out the kinks in our neck. Roll our shoulders back. Maybe a little pop. Give it a pop, maybe. No pops that way. No pops that way either. Oh, that wasn't very satisfying. Probably should have stretched first.
All right.
Is that all we get, Judge? Yeah. That was it. Okay, guys. You got to be on it. Hopefully you had your mat already rolled out and prepared.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that those are the witnesses for today. We're going to resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Please
9:30
disregard all
tomorrow
references to time.
Please remember that you're not to discuss the case with anyone or allow anyone to discuss it with you. You're to avoid contact with anyone connected with this case, and you're not to be exposed to any news, media, or any other social media information if it appears on your evening news. You're to not watch it, etc. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning at 9:30. Have a good evening.
9:30. We're gonna keep going. We're not done. We're gonna pick up where they leave. We'll make sure there's nothing else happening here, but we'll jump right into tomorrow morning's. So this, I guess, is going to be day 1 and day 2. I'm not sure how to number this because we're watching a little faster than it actually occurred. We'll figure that out. I was saying I was going to. We're going to have a little online document.
These exhibits that are being shown to witnesses and requests for the court to make a ruling sight unseen of the exhibits. How are we going to remedy that situation? Mr. Solicitor.
For the future, Your Honor, before we show an exhibit to a witness, we will also show Your Honor, if you're just talking about the physical paper exhibits. As for video, we can do the same. We can give you a copy of the video that we just played.
Copies of every exhibit that you're going to use so that I can follow the evidence. You hand the witness a piece of paper and objection or no objection, and then I'm to rule. I don't want to stop the trial to review the document if you can just as easily provide me with the documents in advance that you intend to offer.
Yes, sir, we can do that.
That'll help us move a little smoother. Anything else before we break?
So give me all the evidence before you even admit it.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, so let me make the jump to the next video, and we're ready to go. Because we have everything queued up. Give me just 1 minute here. Let's see, where are we? Let me go to camera 3 on this one. 2 is 3. There we go.
Video footage for this morning.
Okay. On the Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Pinnock.
Interesting how each state has their own titles: solicitors, remediators, attorneys, such and such. The basic layout's the same. Sometimes they use different names. Let's get to day 3 by the end of today. We're gonna binge watch court, Stephen. We're just gonna binge watch the whole thing. So now we're on day 2. We're on day 2. So we have to change this to be day 1 and 2. Day 1 and 2. There we go. And then tomorrow's going to be day 2 and 3, I guess.
You bring the jury.
Bring that jury. We are ready.
Provide you with copies of things. I can give you copies now of every.
Now is better than later, always.
Judges board, give me all the evidence. I want something to look at while you guys are droning on and on. Now is better always, he says. Now is always better. There's this one and there's that one. Just stick it through the little door. Slide it through the glass. Judge is not impressed with the small amount of evidence he gets to look at right now. Why is this judge familiar? You may have watched the Alex Murdaugh trial because Judge Newman presided over that one as well.
To the media, I'm working on an order that is going to lay down a few more guidelines regarding media coverage, and I'll have that available later today.
Can somebody get me that? Honestly, can somebody go find the media order for coverage on this one? Looking at you, Amanda, maybe? I don't know why I said Amanda, Amber. I'm looking at you, Amber. My brain is a little fuzzy today. This is from a couple years ago. This is before the Alex Murdaugh trial.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 3. I neglected to mention to you all yesterday, as part of the initial orientation, that I will be appointing one of you to serve as the foreperson of the jury later in the process, and that person will have the responsibility of being the spokesperson for the jury, presiding over the jury deliberations, and completing the verdict form at the end of the trial. And so I'll be studying you all very closely and appointing one of you to serve as the foreperson.
This is what he does.
With respect to overnight or since leaving the courtroom, have any of you been exposed to any media or anyone making contact or being in contact with you that might affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? If so, raise your hand. No hands are raised. I take it then that you are abiding by the court's instruction, which is essential. And thank you very much. State, next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please the court. The state calls Andrew Lee.
Andrew Lee, different from Andrew Yee, right? Being told there's noises of water rushing in the basement like a broken pipe. So this is not going to stop, but I'm going to take a quick field trip. So let me know if I miss anything, okay? I'll pin the next comments, and then I'll go fix my sump pump in the basement so that I can get rid of the flood.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing else? Yes, ma'am. Please have a seat. Take your full name to the record.
Wow. She's so fast at that. It's not a big problem.
Andrew Sullivan Lee.
Andrew Sullivan Lee.
Mr. Lee, good morning.
Good morning.
I'll be right back.
Mr. Lee, please tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and who you are.
Well, I'm originally from Turbeville. Now reside outside of Lake City, and I was the turkey hunter who found the body.
What part of South Carolina is the Turbeville, Lake City area? Where is that in relation to Columbia?
It's about an hour and a half away from here, south.
South? Okay, so is it near any major cities or anything like that?
Kind of, it's about 30 minutes from Florence and 30 minutes from Sumter.
Okay, all right. And how long have you lived in that area?
My whole life.
All right. How old are you?
25.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to March the 29th of 2019. What were you doing that day?
We were turkey hunting.
When you say we, who were you with?
Edward, Ryan, Knowlton.
Okay. And where were you turkey hunting?
We were, at the time, I think that morning we started out in Turbeville, and then we ended up that afternoon in New Zion.
New Zion, okay. Had you previously hunted in those locations before?
Yes, the land in New Zion is his family's land, so we hunt there quite a bit.
It's Mr. Knowlton, your friend Mr. Knowlton's land?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you say you hunted there quite a bit, what do you mean by that?
I mean, we deer hunt, we bird hunt, turkey hunt there, just somewhere, it's close to his house, so somewhere easy for us to access, being close to his house.
Okay. And you said you first went to an area in Turbeville to hunt? Yeah. And did you find anything that morning?
No.
Okay. How long were you out there?
We started late that morning, and we stayed till probably lunch or a little bit after. And then, no success.
Okay. So then you decided, let's go look somewhere else.
Yeah.
And is that when you headed back down towards New Zion?
Yes.
Okay. So about what time did you get to the New Zion area?
It was, I want to say probably 1:30, 2 o'clock. We checked some other places.
Okay. All right. And we'll bring the map around. Trying to help you get oriented. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now we are here in Columbia on this first one, so I'm going to that is the New Zion area, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, and you said it's about 30 minutes or so from Sumter?
Yes, sir.
That's over here, correct? And the Turbeville area that you were referring to in relation to New Zion is where?
It's on that map, it would be up towards the top. It's to the north.
Up in here?
A little bit down.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. About how far away is that area, the Turbeville area, from the New Zion area?
It's a 10-minute drive.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to describe the area in New Zion where you guys went. Do you remember what road you were hunting off of?
It was Black Bottom Road.
Black Bottom Road. And is this Black Bottom Road here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll zoom in a little more. Right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What type of road is Black Bottom Road?
I mean, it's just a dirt road. It's one of the county and the state maintains it, grades it.
All right. And where does Mr. Knowlton live, your friend?
He lives off it would be on the right side of the screen at the end of the dirt road, kind of a lane. Yeah, right in there.
Where the kind of red colored fields are?
Yeah, and you see the driveway.
That's the driveway to Mr. Knowlton's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is that the direction that y'all came in from?
Yes, sir. I believe we stopped at his house and got some drinks and then proceeded.
Okay. And did you eventually come down Black Bottom Road?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now describe for us, if you will, with this kind of zoomed in area of where you guys were going, where you drove, and where you went from down there.
So we turned off Black Bottom Road and went down that, I guess it's like a little farm road.
Is that here?
Yes, sir. Kind of goes back in there. There's some fields and.
Is that an actual road?
It's kind of more like a lane. Kind of like farmers use it and people hunt.
like a farmer's access road of sorts?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the one here,
Yes, sir.
and this is Black Bottom Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you said you turned in off Black Bottom. You actually turned here?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead.
And you can kind of see there's a, it's hard to see on there, it's a fire break road. Kind of see the line. Yes, sir.
This here, kind of break in the trees?
Yes, sir.
What's a fire break?
Just when they burn the woods, they take a bulldozer and kind of plow a path to keep the fire from getting out of control and getting onto other properties.
Okay. All right, so go ahead. You said you parked where?
Parked right past it. And,
down here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I took a pair of binoculars and I walked down it and scanned the field you can see when you're zoomed out at the end of it, to see if there was any turkeys.
Did you see any?
No, sir.
Okay. How long did you walk around over there looking?
Probably 5 or 10 minutes. I walked probably halfway down it and scanned.
Okay. As you were walking here from the access road down the fire break trail, what, if anything, did you observe while you were walking out looking for turkeys?
Well, I was walking down. I didn't observe anything. It was on my way back. So when I guess I just looked through the woods and something caught my eye to the left.
Over in this area?
Yes, sir.
All right.
And I saw something I wasn't sure what it was. So I stopped and I kept looking. And then I guess the more I looked at it, the more it started looking like a body. That's when I called Ryan down there. He walked down the fire break to me. And he was like, we were kind of both in disbelief.
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
And then
You said you were in disbelief?
yeah, I guess we didn't expect to see something like that. Turkey hunting especially, out in the middle of nowhere like that. And so I took a couple steps to get a better viewpoint because there was trees and stuff. And that's when we decided we need to call somebody. We weren't sure.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
You said there were trees and stuff. Can you kind of describe the area between the fire break trail and where you saw? Like, is it an open area, like a field, or is it wooded? Or
It's wooded. It's kind of it's not very thick woods, but there's a bunch of smaller trees in there, and there was like an uprooted tree nearby. So I was kind of trying to get a better vantage point.
Okay. You said a moment ago that this area was, I believe you said, in the middle of nowhere. Why would you describe it as that?
Because it's not somewhere you just end up there. There's just farmland and woods. No, there's really nothing in New Zion, or no reason you would just end up there.
Where is the nearest store, to your knowledge, from where you guys were here and found the body? As I zoom back out of the ways.
So it'll be right there where the pin is for New Zion.
Okay.
It's right there at the crossroads.
So all this area here, this big broad area with the different colored parcels of land, what is all of that around that area?
It's just farmland and woods.
Okay. There's some residences there?
Yes, sir.
Obviously including Mr. Knowlton's family, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, I'm sorry to interrupt your story there. I wanted to just get some clarification on those things. So you were saying that once you and Mr. Knowlton saw what you thought was the body, you said you took a few steps a little bit closer?
Yes, sir, just to verify that's what it was.
About how close did you get?
Probably from me to you.
Okay. And at that point, what did you do?
Well, we weren't sure how to call in where we were at, so we knew Mr. Bubba lived nearby, so we called.
Who's Mr. Bubba?
Mr. Bubba Morris. He works for DNR. He lives.
Is that Department of Natural Resources?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And he's very familiar with the area. And I think first we had to call Ryan's dad to get his number, and then we called him back there, and he was back there within probably 10 minutes.
All right. Without going into what Mr. Knowlton really said while he was there, once he was there, what did you all do while he was there?
We just sat and waited on the law enforcement to get there.
Okay. Did you get any closer to her body?
No, sir.
And where, can you describe on here on the map, again, Black Bottom Road and Farmers Access Road, where was, how'd y'all get there? Did you walk down Black Bottom? Did you drive down?
We drove down right past the fire break.
So you drove down Access Road?
Yes, sir. And we stopped right there.
Okay. And that was in whose truck?
Ryan's.
Okay. And after Mr. Bubba got there, did you leave? Did you drive out? What did you do?
No, we left our truck right there until law enforcement got there and cleared us to leave.
Okay. So when they got there, did they ask you some questions?
Yes, sir. They got all our information and stuff like that.
Did you ultimately meet with law enforcement again to talk about this?
Yes, sir. The next day.
Okay. And they took a statement from you about what you saw and what you heard and all that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hey guys, Scott is outside digging in nasty water, trying to to get our basement out from under flooding, and he said I could either help with that or come in front of the camera. So I'm like, alrighty then, I'll brush my hair. So here I am. I'm not really babysitting you guys so much as I'm just adding value.
You said you run out there all the time?
Yes,
so
sir.
that we don't get
out there,
copyright strikes.
Specifically this area?
Yes, sir.
When you say all the time, what do you mean by that?
I mean, me and Ryan are together a good bit on our days off, and we both share the same hobby. So, it's either there, some of his family's land like out there, either the land I can hunt, fish.
Okay. When you are in this area, do you see a lot of random traffic come through there?
No, sir, never.
When you do see people come through there, are they people that you know generally?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
Are most of those folks generally locals?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen any trash or beer cans or cigarette butts or the like, specifically in this area?
Yes, sir.
And of the times that you go out there to hunt, the many times that you described it, how often do you see stuff like that?
I mean, off the main dirt road, you see it quite a bit.
So you say off Black Bottom when you're on the access road, it's quite a bit?
Yes, sir. I guess you got people, kids driving through that got hold of some beer or cigarettes or whatever, and they don't want to ride up and down main roads, or, they don't want to leave them in their truck to get caught by their parents. You got people riding four-wheelers and stuff that go through there at night.
So this is kind of a place where nobody would know where they were drinking, right?
Yes, sir.
I see.
Me too.
So you said you lived in this area your whole life. Do you know the defendant, Mr. Rowland?
I knew him from school.
Okay.
He was a few years older than me in school.
All right. Did you guys spend time together, socialize, did you have classes together, anything like that?
We never had any classes together or anything.
Okay. So is it fair to say you kind of knew of him?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever hang out or anything?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. What school was that?
East Clarendon.
East Clarendon?
The sump pump erupted in my face. I'm covered in mud, dirty water. I think I got a mouthful of
Of all the times that you've gone hunting, how many other times have you come across something like this?
No, never.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Well, I missed this whole witness.
Defense.
Did he find the body? He was the turkey hunter that found the body?
How you doing?
Yeah, but you.
Well, my name is Robert Pillinger. Along with Hispanic Investigator, I help represent Mr. Rowland. So you said that, where do you work, Mr. Lee?
I work at Newport Steel in Berkeley.
And what do you do there?
I'm a second helper at the furnace.
Okay.
I got a job
And
offer there.
That's close to New Zion?
No, it's outside of Mount Pleasant, a town called Hugie.
Okay. So you said you woke up to go turkey hunting with Mr. Knowlton, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Y'all woke up a little late though?
Yeah.
And y'all went up to Turbyville and came back and had lunch?
Yeah.
Okay. So you stated you got to Black Bottom after lunch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you saw what you believed to be a turkey?
Yes, sir. Well, in the back fields back there, yes, sir.
Okay, and were you looking through binoculars when you saw that?
No, we were just we were easing by the fire break.
Right about here?
Yeah, and you can see down it's a straight shot, so you can see the fields. And I thought I saw what could have been turkey down there. That's when I walked further down the fire break with the binoculars.
Okay. On your way there, you said you grabbed some drinks?
Yeah.
Were the beers?
No. No, this was middle of the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some people like to have fun in the middle of the day. Did you happen to leave those drinks behind, or did you take those with you?
No, they would have been in the truck.
Okay, just want to clarify that. So when you came across the body, you got a little spooked, is that correct?
Oh, yeah.
Sure. And you called your friend, Mr. Knowlton, to come check it out, just to confirm that it might be...
No, Mr. Knowlton was with me. We call him Mr. Bubba.
Mr. Bubba, and that's Mr. Norris?
Yeah, Morris.
Morris.
Yeah, Ryan was already with me. And I guess I called him a little bit closer.
Just to check it out?
Yeah, down the fire break.
Okay, and just a minute ago you told Deputy Solicitor Goldberg that you didn't get close to the body.
Yeah, probably for me to you as close as I got.
Okay. So it's safe to say that you didn't touch the body?
Oh, no.
And you said it took Mr. Morse about 10 minutes to get there?
Yeah, something like that.
Did you see whether or not Mr. Knowlton touched the body?
He did not.
And were you aware of whether Mr. Morse touched the body?
I don't recall him touching the body either.
Did either of them get close to the body?
He got a little bit closer than he did, but I don't think he never touched it or anything.
Okay. And had it been raining at all that day or the day before?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Beg for indulgence. 1 minute.
Gross.
Mr. Lee, is Black Bottom a dirt road?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are there any potholes out there?
Yeah, there is a, I guess you wouldn't call it a pothole. It's a big, on one end of it, at the time, it was, like if it rains a lot, it would get muddy.
Sure.
And from like trucks and tractors and stuff going through there, it was pretty washed out.
Okay. Apologize if you couldn't hear me. I just realized I still have my mask on. All right, and Mr. Lee, do you smoke cigarettes?
No.
So you didn't smoke any cigarettes that day?
No.
Mr. Nolan, to your knowledge, smoked cigarettes?
No.
And he wasn't smoking cigarettes that day?
No.
How about Mr. Morris?
I do not think he smoked cigarettes. I'm not sure though.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lee. That's all my questions.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay, so just
You
for
may
those
call your
asking,
next witness.
my sump pump.
This down state calls Handley Bubba Morris.
Bubba's next. My sump pump disconnected from the discharge pipe, and so it was just it turned into a sump fountain instead of a sump pump. And we got 6 inches of rain last night, so I had 2 inches of standing water in my little half basement, and it pumps that out probably in about a minute. It's a really high flow sump pump, but in the process of playing it and leaning over it and trying to adjust it, it turned on because I triggered the float, and I got full fountain in the face. And with no pipe, so that's why I got drenched. Fixed it, got reconnected everything. I think it had to do with the cold weather, probably loosened one of the little clamp valves. And so, yeah. So I fixed the fountain, basement's drying out. I think I lost a couple furnace filters, but that's all the damage. So. And it tastes awful. Tastes dirty.
Testimony about to give this case to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please stop, seek, state your full name for the record.
Henley O. Morris, Jr.
Mr. Morris, good morning.
Hey, how you, sir?
Good. You can pull your mask down while you're on stand if you're comfortable with that. All right. If you could just spell your name again for the court reporter.
Henley O. Morris, Jr.
Thank you,
Sorry
sir.
about this shot.
Mr. Morris, where are you employed?
South Carolina Department of Natural Resources.
How long have you been employed there?
26 years.
Can you describe to the jury what your duties have been and currently are with the department?
Well, we're tasked to take care of the natural resources. We work all type hunting, and summertime we work fishing all over the lakes, that kind of stuff.
When you say you work hunting and fishing, what does that mean? What are you looking for? What are you doing?
We go out and check hunters to make sure they got their all the hunting license and that kind of stuff.
Make sure they're compliant with
That's
state
right.
law. And things
Yes,
of that nature.
yes.
Make sure they're paying the
Particular
fees to
laws
survive.
about what you can do with hunting and fishing.
That's correct, yes.
And your job to make sure that they are doing it
Yes,
correctly.
that's right.
Okay. You've been doing that 26 years?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where do you live, sir? Generally.
I live on Knowlton Road, which on the end of Knowlton Road,
In what city? What town?
New Zion, I'm
New
sorry.
Zion.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're going to look at this map here. We see.
It'll actually be Newman Branch Road.
Okay. We see New Zion up there, but
Lauren's
where
like,
you
these
live.
are my people. These are my
If
peeps.
you'd like to step down, you can if it'll help you. If the judge will allow. Am I willing to step down?
Sure.
You can come on down. If you just stand right over there.
Here's Newman Branch. I should be right here.
Sir, Mr. Goldberg.
Yes, sir.
Is he speaking with you or himself?
He was just kind of talking to himself, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Or you're testifying to?
Yes, sir. Just make sure you can, why don't you go stand over there, and then keep your voice up so the court reporter can hear it.
It should be right here. If that's Renegade Trail, I can't tell.
Yes, sir.
Glasses, but that's it. That's my house right there.
All right, let's zoom in a little bit.
I don't know why they're doxing him.
It's your house right there?
Yes, sir. That's it.
Okay, and this road right here is Renegade Trail, you said?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So that's your house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's Black Bottom Road?
That's right. Yes, sir.
All right. So while you're down here, can you tell the jury where were you that day and what were you doing back on March 29th, 2019?
I actually just pulled up my house, and my phone rang, and it was Paul Knowlton. And he asked if I was in the area, and I said, yeah, I'm actually at my house. He said, can you ride out to Black Bottom, which is down here? And he said, my son and another boy's turkey hunting, and they think they see a body in the wood, but they're not sure, and they really don't want to walk in there. They got a little scared. I said, well, I'll pull them out there. So anyway, I left my house, and they came down and hit Knowlton Road and went to where the peg area is, and stepped out, walked in, was probably 25 foot, and
all right,
it was a body.
Slow down.
Slow down.
So,
less
Black
hearsay.
Bottom Road, correct?
Less hearsay. Just tell your version of the story.
And then this is like the farmer's access road?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you drove down there, where did you go and where did you park?
I pulled right in behind, I pulled off the main road on this little secondary road.
Yes,
here.
sir.
And that's where we park right there. The other truck, the Hunters will park right in front of me on that road.
Okay, you parked right behind them
Yes,
on the
sir.
access road?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you got there, what did you do and what did you see?
Well, I stepped out and they said, whatever it is right there, you can see something in the bushes and you can tell it was closed. And at that point, I walked in. I tried to stay away from the main trail, so I walked around just to confirm it was the body. And once I confirmed it was the body, I backed out and went in and talked to the sheriff's department.
Approximately how close did you get to the body?
Probably 25 foot, something like that. 20, 25 foot.
Okay. Did you touch the body at all?
No, I can tell it in there.
Did you pick up anything, move anything?
No, sir.
All right.
Smoke a couple
and
cigarettes?
Please explain to the jury,
Nope.
why would you have called the sheriff's office at that time? How come you wouldn't have done anything?
Well, that's their field of expertise there. I just backed out and I held the scene. I secured the scene until they got the information what I was going to do.
All right. And so while you waited for them, what did you and the two boys do?
We just stood there. And I did ask them, I said, y'all didn't walk in there? And they said, no, they walked like 2 steps there, and once they seen what they thought was the body, they came right back out.
Okay. And then y'all waited for...
So then we don't sheriff's department.
When the sheriff's department arrived, did they talk to you?
Yeah.
And you told them what you saw and what you did?
Yes.
All right. And then were you also interviewed again by state law enforcement division?
Yes.
And provided them with that information as well?
That's right.
All right. Let's back up a little bit here. So, this is, again, just for reference, that's Black Bottom Road, correct?
Yes.
And your house is here?
Yes.
Okay, and that's Renegade Trail?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know the Rowland family?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know the Rowland family?
They live right there across the road from me on Renegade Trail.
Right here?
They were living there at that time. Yes, sir.
Must be louder, sir.
Try to keep your voice up. So I'll ask you again. How do you know the Rowland family?
They live across the highway from me, from where I live at.
And that's over here?
Yes.
On Renegade Trail?
On Renegade Trail, yes.
Okay. And have you ever had occasion to speak to any of that family?
Oh, yeah, yes. Yeah.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
All my life with a house beside it, so 60 years. I've been there 60 years within 2 houses of each other.
Okay. Approximately how far is it from your house to this area where the body was located?
Straight through the woods, I'd say maybe a mile.
Okay.
Something like that.
Is there access straight through then?
No, so not straight through. If you come up a little bit, there's a road, they'll cut you, they'll take you into that main dirt road.
All right. Shifting back down to the area here, Black Bottom Road, and really the whole area. Can you describe for the jury what this area is like in terms of how familiar you are with it and what you do in that area as it pertains to your job?
It's not with a few houses on it on one
Make sure
end.
you keep your voice up.
It's not with a few houses on this road. It's on mainly just fields, fields that farmers plant and woods that hunters hunt. It's basically a cut-through road from Newman Branch Road to Old Man Road. Just cut through. Other than that, that's about it. We've had trouble with young people going in there at night parking, and what I usually try to do is every so often I'll go through there at night if I'm working nights just to kind of run them off with it and make a mess and all.
So when you say young people parking, what do you mean by that generally?
I think we
They
know.
pull up in there to drink a little bit, got the girlfriends with them, what young people do when you park.
And this area off Black Bottom,
Yeah.
is that one of those areas?
Oh yeah, yes, that's one of the spots right there.
Okay. And when you've seen people parking over here, is it on Black Bottom or is it on the access road?
It's on the access road. Usually they don't park on the main road. They pull right on that little access road. It's actually, when you pull on that little access road, it's kind of like a little pull-off. It's a little pull-off once you pull on the road. And that's mainly just pull right upside the woods.
So have you spent a lot of time patrolling not only this specific road in this area, but kind of this area in general?
Yes, sir.
And without having to go into specifics, is that the only parking spot in the area?
No, sir. There are other spots.
All right. And when you've responded to some of these areas with kids and whatnot, what types of things do you find in those areas where they've parked?
Usually there'll be beer cans, cigarette butts, paper towels, and things like that.
Right. Trash bags.
No, now those people, we have people ride through this. Like I say, it's a cut-through road, and you have families there that doesn't want to go to the trash dump, so they'll take bags of trash and ride through there and throw them out. And actually, every so often we'll ride through there and go through the bags, and it's got a name. I call them, make them come clean, and they'll be right on the field. So.
Is this an area that you see a lot of random traffic from people who aren't from the area?
Oh, no.
And why is that?
Well, most people don't know about it, I guess, but in 26 years, I've never stopped anybody in there that wasn't right there.
I'm sorry.
So is there any reason
Yes, sir, he
I'm
can.
talking to you as opposed to, well, you have a jury there, we have a court reporter here. That's who you should be talking to.
I'm sorry, if you would face them. I'm sorry. That's okay. You were saying that in 26 years,
Wow.
I'm sorry, I'll ask you the question again. Is this an area where you see a lot of people who are not from the area in as you're patrolling?
No, in 26 years, as many people I've stopped out there, I've never stopped anybody that I didn't either know or know their families that live somewhere in the area.
And that's in regards to these kind of secluded areas,
right.
Black Bottom Road.
That's right, yeah.
You can have a seat in the witness stand. Thank you for stepping down.
Tell me that wasn't the jury. Yeah, that was tough.
I appreciate it. Please answer any questions the defense has. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Ronnie. Please support. Mr. Morris, how are you doing? Good morning. Excuse me.
How you, sir?
Do you remember being interviewed by SLED agents, correct?
Yes.
That was about the day after, right? Sometime in the early afternoon?
Yes, a couple of days after.
Okay, and you just told the deputy solicitor and the jury that you're very familiar with the area.
Mhm.
Been patrolling for 26 years.
That's right.
Okay. And as soon as you got the call from Mr. Knowlton, after his son notified him, you went straight to the location, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you confirmed what the boy or what the young man thought was a body?
Yes.
You told the deputy solicitor that you didn't get very close, correct?
Yes.
And a little bit beyond that, you purposely avoided the trail, the
That's
main
right.
trail, heading out as you saw the body, correct?
That's right, yes.
And you notified the appropriate authorities, in this case, Clarendon Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And again, beyond just going beyond or avoiding the main trail purposefully, you also stayed on the scene, correct?
Yes, I stayed on.
To kind of keep people from getting close.
That's right.
And you also told the deputy solicitor that in addition to staying away from the body, you also obviously did not touch the body.
No,
Is it
sir.
correct to conclude?
That's right, yes.
It's funny. The no sir. That's not. He's saying no sir. I didn't touch the body. Not no sir. I told.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Tell him that.
All right, Mr. Morse, that'll be all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further?
This fish and game cop can go back to disturbing young people when they park
Thank
in
you,
the
sir.
bars.
Mr. Marsh, you may step down.
Because that sounds like that's a big part of his job is flushing out them kids when they're parking in the woods and doing what kids do when they park.
Call your next witness.
The state calls investigator Tommy Huckabee.
Right, Tommy Huckabee coming up. These are fast witnesses. We've got a week of court, and it's probably going to be all prosecution, closing arguments, and then we're done. Ivan and I share a dislike for the general idea of fish and game cops. Probably for different reasons, but I'm opposed to the idea of the state forcing people to pay taxes to do things that are required for their survival.
I do.
My name is Thomas Huckabee with Clarendon County Sheriff's Office.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How long have you been employed with the Clarendon County Sheriff's Office?
Going on 5 years.
All my
And
life.
describe to the jury what your duties have been and are with the Sheriff's Office.
So when I came into the Sheriff's Office, I went into investigations. I spent 4 years in investigations, and then I moved into training. Now I'm over training.
Okay, you say you're over training, so what does that entail?
Just training our department, getting everybody ready to go to the academy, and keeping up with our everyday training that everybody needs to stay on top of things.
When you were in investigations, what types of things did you do on a daily basis?
investigate different crimes, anywhere from petty larceny to murders.
You said that's been for 5 years?
For
That you've been in Clarendon?
Yes.
All right. Where were you employed prior to that?
Manning City.
Manning City Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How long were you there?
8 years.
What sort of things did you do during your time there?
With Manning City, I was patrol. I actually started my career in Manning City and worked my way up into patrol lieutenant, and then I went to the Clarendon County Sheriff's Office.
All right. I want to turn your attention to March 29th of 2019. Were you notified at some point that a body was located off Black Bottom Road in New Zion?
Yes.
All right. And as a result of being notified of that, what did you do?
I immediately responded to that area.
Okay. And when you drove in, did you come in from Black Bottom Road?
No, I came in off of Old Manning Road.
Okay. And you ended up coming down this dirt road here to get to the access road, is that
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you recall approximately where you parked your car when you got there?
On the main dirt road itself.
So not the access road?
No,
Black
on the
Bottom?
dirt road itself, yes,
Okay.
sir.
And were there already other law enforcement vehicles there?
There was.
Where were they parked?
On the dirt road near where the curb's at. We had the curve back, yes, sir, back that way and then back to the right on that dirt road.
And then over here?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Were there other officers from your department there?
Yes, sir.
Upon your arrival, what did you do at the scene?
I went over and looked at Miss Josephson's body laying there, and once we did that, I notified my proper chain of command that we need to get SLED involved because she didn't look like she needed to be there.
What other officers were there from your department when you arrived?
Lieutenant Barr at the time, I believe it was, or he might have been sergeant at the time. I can't recall everybody who might have been there.
Okay. To your knowledge, had any of the other members of the Clarendon County Sheriff's Office done anything with the body or the crime scene at that point in terms of processing or collecting evidence or anything of that nature?
No.
And is that unusual for them to have done nothing at that point?
No, it's not unusual.
Why is that?
Because they're to secure the scene and wait for investigations to get there.
Okay. And in this case, it would be investigations.
Yes, sir.
At that point, you didn't know that the body was Samantha Josephson, is that
At that
correct?
time, no, I did not.
You didn't know anything about it?
No.
Other than a body was found.
Mm-hmm.
So what would your ordinary protocol be in this type of situation, not knowing anything else?
With a situation like this, we would call SLED to come process the scene.
Okay, why would you call SLED as opposed to your agency?
SLED is highly more trained than we are. We don't get as many murders or fatalities like this, or at all. So they're more apt to be able to process it better than we are.
How large is the Clarendon County Sheriff's Office?
Right now, we're about 72 deputies.
Okay. And that covers all of Clarendon County?
Yes, sir.
And that includes road deputies and investigators and everything else?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're just saying that their crime scene capabilities are a lot more advanced than your department, so you
Yes.
call them for help?
Yes.
All right. And as a result, nobody did anything with the scene at that point?
No, they did not.
All right. And so when you say you briefed command staff, who did you brief?
I would have talked to my captain at the time and let him know what was going on, and then he would go up from there.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the body yourself?
I did.
How close did you get?
5 foot?
Okay. Did you touch anything?
No.
All right. What were your observations of the body at that time?
There was a female body laying there bloody. Clothes were half, I'm not going to say torn, but they were kind of half off, half on. One of the shoes was broken, flip-flop, sandal.
Did it appear to you as though an incident had occurred there or somewhere else?
No, it didn't appear that it happened there.
Okay, why was that?
There was no bloody drag marks. There was no blood spatter all over the place. There was no sign of a struggle in that immediate area.
So as a result of that, you said you notified SLED and they came out. What happened next? What did you do next?
As far as when SLED come to process the scene, and then I had I had found out that Columbia had actually had a missing person, and I just, shucks, I started looking. And I found a picture, and I went to my sheriff and said, Sheriff, this is who we've got.
Why did you think that the photo you saw about the missing person was the body that was found?
Clothes, the description that was on the clothes, and then looking at the person on the picture.
And seeing what she was wearing, did it look like somebody that ordinarily would have been in this area of New Zion?
No, she looked very out of place right there.
All right. So you see the pictures, you look at her, and in your mind you're thinking, this is the missing person.
Yeah.
What did you do as a result of that?
As far as once I went to the sheriff, and then I called Columbia.
Okay, who did you call?
Sergeant. I talked to Sergeant. I can't remember his last name, but
You just called up the CPD and said,
hey, I need y'all to send me something that who this, because we think we have her here in Clarendon County.
okay, and what did they send you?
They sent me a flyer that they have done up as far as her.
Okay, was it a bolo?
It would have been, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so once you saw that, did you then go compare that to what you were looking at?
Yes, sir.
And concluded that it's the same person?
Yes, sir.
Once you made that conclusion, did that change things a little bit for you in terms of the nature of the investigation?
SLED was still coming in and investigating that part of it.
Okay. So if I understand what you're saying before, that regardless, SLED's going to do the crime scene.
Yes.
So let's say that it was an incident where you had information that the incident occurred or the person was from this area. Would your office have investigated the matter?
No, because she was taken from Columbia. We did SLED because they have multi-jurisdictional. They went and they just took it all.
I got you. So had it just been something that occurred here, y'all would have done it, but because based on the information you had, it was from Columbia, you're out and SLED's in. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. So did your office then proceed with any lead investigation from that point forward?
No.
And that would have gone to state law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, content warning. We may
Did
have
you
some
an
crime scene
opportunity
pictures
to
coming up.
assist them in some various capacities, though, during the initial stages of the investigation?
I would ride around with SLED as they were interviewing people in that immediate area.
Okay. And why would you have rode around with them?
Who doesn't like a sled ride?
Because I know the roads better than they would.
Okay. When you say the immediate area, I'm going to back this out a little bit. What area are you describing? I mean, are you talking about just down here near the access road, or are y'all expanding, branching out towards New Zion?
Branching out towards New Zion, Newman Branch Road, Old Manning Road. Old Manning Road's to your left if you're looking at the screen there, and then Newman Branch is their next road up at the crossroads.
Here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so are there some houses along here?
There is.
Including Mr. Morris, as we heard. And so you were assisting state law enforcement in terms of getting to these places and helping them make contact with these folks, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you present for some of those conversations with some of the residents in that area?
Some of them.
Okay. And without going into the particulars of what those folks told you, I'll just ask you this. Were you able to garner any leads about who may have been involved in this based on those conversations?
No.
Okay. Did you assist SLED in trying to obtain any video in the area?
I did.
All right. Are there, in this area that we're talking about right now, Black Bottom, Old Manning, and Newman Branch, this kind of circle here, are there any businesses in that area? Or is that all residential?
It's all residential.
And farmland?
And farmland, yes, sir.
So where do you have to go to get to the closest business?
You'd have to keep going up Old Manning Road to New Zion, where there's a New Zion mini mart.
Is that up this way?
Yes, sir. Right there where your pen is at is where New Zion mini mart would be.
That's the closest business?
Yes, sir.
And did you all respond to that location?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to view some surveillance video from that location?
Yes, sir.
What were you looking for?
We're looking for a dark colored vehicle. At night?
And that was based off the information you received from Columbia?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anything on that video?
No, sir.
Any dark colored vehicles?
None that you could tell anything of what they were.
I understand. Would you agree with me that this area, we'll call it the Black Bottom Road area, the Farmers Access Road, that's a pretty secluded area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with a lot of random traffic that goes through there?
I'm familiar with hearing that people go through there all the time at night doing a cut through or maybe even partying in that area.
Partying in that area? Locals?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions that I have.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, I just, the only question I would have for you, you indicated that you reached out to the Columbia Police Department, and that would have been the day of March 29th.
Yes.
And do you remember about what time that was when you reached out to them?
It was dark.
It was dark.
I can't give you the exact time.
And I was a little confused on the timeline. So what time did you actually get to the scene?
A little bit after 3 o'clock, or some between 3 and 4, I believe it was.
Okay. And you indicated there were already officers on scene.
Mm-hmm.
Other investigators?
Now, there was myself and another investigator showed up at the same time, but I don't recall any other investigators already there.
Would it be like a responding officer, a deputy with the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you say you got there a little after 3, maybe 4 o'clock?
If I remember the time correctly.
Right. And you, at that point, reached out to SLED?
At that point, I reached out to my command staff, my superior, to let him know what we've got.
Okay. And at what point do you reach out to SLED?
My command would reach out to SLED.
Okay. So you reach out to command based on the information you provided to them, they reach out to SLED?
Yes.
And would that have been nearly after you arrived on scene?
It wouldn't have been long.
Okay. And at what point do you find the picture regarding from Columbia Police Department regarding the bolo?
It was later on. It was dark when I got the picture.
So you call them asking for that information?
Yes.
And then you talk to someone and notify them that you think that she's there?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, Mrs. R.A. has been baking cookies today, and she gave me a plate of snickerdoodles, which are half gone, but they're really good. Just thought I'd share that with you. Happy birthday, Iris. I'm sorry we missed you this morning. Sometimes YouTube just doesn't tell you when we go live. You share your birthday with a lot of wonderful people.
Thank you, sir. May step down.
Thank you.
Let's call your next witness.
Okay, we're burning through these witnesses.
He calls Jeffrey Kraft.
Jeffrey Kraft. I haven't been able to discern what.
Regarding the witness testimony?
Regarding the witness, Officer Kraft's testimony, witness testimony.
Renew an objection, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a few minutes. It's a good time to take a break. Who is that? Who's Kraft?
So the defense has made a motion to discuss some objections regarding, I think, the upcoming witness. Judge Newman has dismissed the jury. I think we'll be able to hear what happens here in this discussion. There's the judge. flanked by his assistants.
Is that an open door?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pillinger, tell me about it.
Your Honor.
Mr. Pillinger made the objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Yes,
Your Honor.
sir.
As we argued pre-trial regarding Officer Kraft's testimony and the reasonable suspicion of the bolo, we would just simply like to renew that objection to his testimony coming in, and that reasonable suspicion does not exist for the traffic stop, and thus creating an issue with any evidence derived therefrom.
Any response by the state?
Your Honor, we would rely on the arguments made in pre-trial and ask that you stick to the same ruling.
The court previously heard and ruled on this motion. Your objection is noted. We'll take about 2 or 3 minutes and then we'll press on. Yes, ma'am.
You can approach, but we're still going to take 2 or 3 minutes and then we're going to press on. Just remember this court, this trial happened in 2021. So you remember what happened, what was going on in 2021. That's why we have the people taking the various precautions that they are or not based on what they prefer. We have both in there. We are expected to see next, the next witnesses here. Let me pin the message. Officer Jeffrey Kraft, who is up here in just a minute. Let me make sure we have the right video going, though. What's up with that? Hold on just 1 second here.
Horizon.
Wait.
Also be
Please be
quiet.
seated.
Here we go.
Horizon, be quiet.
Your Honor, we believe there might be a matter to take up before we bring the jury back in.
All right, yes, sir.
Mr. Wilbur?
Sorry, no, you said you understand they're going to introduce body camera.
Your Honor, we understand that the prosecution intends to introduce body cam footage from their next witness, Officer Kraft from Columbia Police Department, and we would simply object to that as being hearsay.
All right, response by the state.
What?
Your Honor, the state's response is that the body cam is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being offered to provide the jury with what occurred, that it will show. Let me give the court some context. Apologies. The body cam will show, first there's a dash cam from Officer Kraft's patrol car, which shows him get in behind an Impala near 5 Points. The dash cam shows the traffic stop. It shows him getting out, approaching the vehicle, and then the driver of the vehicle, later identified as Mr. Rowland, taking off running. There's body cam that is a separate video of Officer Kraft who initiated the stop. It starts shortly before he gets out of the vehicle. He approaches the vehicle. He speaks to Mr. Rowland. They have a brief exchange. Mr. Rowland takes off running. And then there's later portions of the body camera where Officer Kraft, who's unable to catch him, comes back to the vehicle, to the Impala, identifies the passenger, and then makes an initial search of the Impala, probable cause search, as he testified to in the pretrial hearing. And it shows that search. It shows the search of the driver's compartment, looking around with a flashlight in the back seat, and then in the trunk of the car until the officers ultimately decide that they should stop and not look any further until the crime scene arrives. So the state is not offering that for the truth of the matter asserted of what anyone else is saying in the video or anything of that nature, but rather it's a present sense impression of what has occurred at the time, the actual events that occurred during the traffic stop. Additionally, Your Honor, it would be the state's position that this evidence is, the probative nature of this evidence is not outweighed by the danger of substantial danger of unfair prejudice, in that it goes towards showing how the initial investigation was conducted. In opening statement, the defense has raised this issue of crime scene processing and later testing and analysis of DNA and evidence collected. There was reference to DNA in the vehicle. things of that nature. So this would certainly be probative of the initial steps in the investigation that were done, who touched the car, who preserved the scene until others arrived to process it further. And we believe that that probative evidence is not substantially outweighed by any danger present.
What about his objection claiming it's hearsay?
Yes, sir, and that's what I would rest on what I said previously, that my understanding is that the hearsay objection would be about what others are saying. Certainly I believe that that what is being shown on the video that has any other people speaking is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted of what they're saying.
What other people are speaking?
There's some other officers that are in the area. They have some brief interchanges with Officer Kraft just about, I mean, there's a little radio traffic with like the license plate of the vehicle. Then when he gets back to the car after the chase, they have conversations about, or Kraft talks about like, you know, what he's found. Oh, here's a little bit, here's these keys. He finds this phone, things of that nature.
Response.
Your Honor, we would respectfully disagree with the prosecution. We believe the matter is being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Officer Kraft is going to be here to testify. He has likely reviewed this footage prior to. There are multiple police officers that are communicating. We've got EMS chatter. There's a potential state's witness also being spoken to. The officer speaks regarding things he finds. Your Honor, he speaks about a phone and a woman's keys, especially the keychain being pink, drawing conclusions that it might belong to a female, a dorm room.
The cross.
If the prosecution wishes to show the witness the video to refresh his recollection outside of the presence of the jury, I don't believe the defense is objecting.
Well, that's not the issue before me. What they want to, your objection is what's being shown,
Exactly,
proposed to be shown to the jury, not suggestions
Exactly, Your
about
Honor.
what else you would look for them to do.
And from what we understand, I believe there are going to be separate clips that are being shown from piece to piece. And at this point, as far as contextually, or a contextual concern, I'm not sure what we're going to see, and that's our main worry about this being.
Because you don't know what you're going to see.
Exactly. Well, with the multiple levels of hearsay that might be present in any of the individual clips.
All right. Anything response by the state?
Well, just briefly, I would submit that the defense does know what we're about to see and that they have been provided these videos in full previously. I spoke to them just now during the break and advised them of what the clips are from the full videos that the state is prepared to play in front of the jury so they know what it is. And while we're on the matter, there are 2 additional officers from the Columbia Police Department who respond out that night who have different roles in the case that also have body cam that the state would intend to offer as well, that would follow this witness as well. So this issue is likely to come up again.
So I think the issue is the audio of other people other than the testifying witness. That's the issue for me.
Well, then I suppose that one way that it could be done is, well, certainly the dash cam. The dash cam does not offer much in terms of other audio other than essentially him having radioed in what he's doing, that he's initiating the stop. I think there's a response that confirms like the license plate that he's called in, things of that nature. The body cam video, the initial encounter between him and the defendant is captured. I don't believe there's any other persons involved in that. And of course we would stand on it being statements by the defendant, and that part of the video being an admission by a party opponent. And post Mr. Rowland leaving the scene or running from the scene and Officer Kraft returning to the car, yes, there is a lot of chatter with various people upon his return to the car. So if that's the court's concern, I believe we could offer up an attempt to allow the jury to see what's occurring without allowing them to hear the conversation. And that I do believe that they need to...
Yeah, the chatter among the various people that you refer to is the concern that I have.
Yes, sir, I understand. And that's why I'm suggesting that perhaps that a redaction of sorts to allow them to see Officer Kraft returning to the vehicle to conduct his initial review of the car without hearing what those other people are saying.
All right, I overrule the objection with regard to the videos that's being offered, provided that the state establishes a sufficient foundation through the witnesses. I believe that under Rule 701, the officer's use of the videos would be helpful to a clear understanding of the witness's testimony. The portion dealing with chatter among other people, whoever they may be, other officers on the scene, would need to be, the volume would need to be reduced during that period, involving testimony of others or statements by others. But the officer's rendition and explaining what he's doing and what's going on is admissible.
Just want to make sure I'm clear with your ruling, Your Honor. The dash cam can be played as is. The encounter with the defendant as he approaches the vehicle can be played with the sound. But then when he comes back to the vehicle, as there's other officers around, no sound for that, but the video showing what he's done could be played.
Yes, sir.
My only logistical issue with that, Judge, is the disc that, as it currently stands with those videos on it, the state would offer into evidence, has not been redacted in such a way as to remove the sound. I'm afraid that might take a few
We have operators here to assist in with volume control, I'm sure.
120.
Right. Sir, I'm sorry.
You have operators here that can assist with volume control, I'm sure.
Yes, sir, but I guess what I'm saying is that this disc would go to the jury, and we wouldn't be able to control the volume.
Well, you'd have to redact it prior to it going to the jury.
So can I admit this in terms of the officer who looks at it, says, yes, those are the videos I reviewed. We laid the foundation, offer it, it's admitted, but then submit a redacted version of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That will be reviewed by the court and,
Yes, sir.
and addressed by all concerned prior to it being submitted, as long as it's consistent with my ruling.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
So to clarify, you mentioned that the audio will stay on in pursuit of the defendant from Officer Kraft. The defense still has a concern about the radio chatter during that pursuit. So we would just simply ask, as a modification to your ruling, to have that chatter redacted as well during the pursuit.
On what's contained in it, that's, you don't want the jury to hear.
My
Just
client's
more
name.
communication between officers, Your Honor. It would just be another level of hearsay.
All right. I overrule that objection. Now, I have a question by a juror, number 233.
Ooh, juror questions.
Can you get to the area where the body was found without passing the mini mart What? And that raises the larger question of jurors posing questions and how that should be handled in this case.
Ooh, he hasn't decided. He's wanting input. Who's going to speak?
The state would ask the court to instruct the jurors to obviously withhold deliberation and consideration, etc., until they're instructed to do so, and to just remind them that there will be a time for that, and that time is not upon us yet.
The state says, "Shut up and listen."
So to speak.
Whoa.
All right, Ms. Pennant.
Whoa.
Please, court, I think that the juror in number 233 should probably be questioned about what led up to that note being delivered to Your Honor.
Well, obviously what led up to it is her having the question in her mind following the testimony. I'm not going to ask her about that.
Well, I guess my concern, Your Honor, is that there's a potential that the jury is discussing the case. You've instructed them not to discuss the case while in the jury room.
Was she taught by Jay Hatch?
So my concern is that somebody is discussing this, and I think that out of the abundance of caution, we should find out if those discussions are happening.
No, that's not indicated by this question. I'll caution the jury that they're not to engage, as I have done continuously in the discussions of the case, but every juror has the reasoning on the jury is to use their mind in trying to understand the evidence, and this juror posed a question. The question I have for you all, do you want me to answer the question? Do you want jurors to be prompted to submit questions where they have questions? Or do you want me to instruct them that their role is to listen to the evidence and to deliberate with each other at the end of the case and not to submit questions to the court concerning the evidence?
Your Honor, I would request that you instruct the jury to listen to all the evidence and save deliberations to the completion of the case.
All right, Mr. Goldberg.
That's fine.
All right, let's bring the jury.
Jury's coming in. Interesting that the Judge Newman sort of leaves the idea of juror questions up to input from the two counsels mid-trial. There's so much that he does that is his way of doing things. It's interesting that this one is sort of open to the options and the input of the two parties, and that the state says no, we don't want to hear them. We don't want to care. We don't care what the jury's thinking, right? We'll tell them what to think, and then they can decide later. We just don't want their questions now. That was of all the sides. I would think they would be the ones that would say yes. We'd love to hear if they have questions.
The video that you're about to get into, is that the one that's been provided to me?
Yes, sir.
All right. The first one?
The first one is the dash cam, and the second one is the body cam.
All right. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One juror has submitted a question to the court, and there's no uniform view of whether or not jurors should be permitted to submit questions during a trial. The more accepted view is that if the court were to start entertaining questions from jurors, in effect, it turns the trial into, from the lawyers presenting the case to the jurors, in effect, participating in the interrogation of witnesses. The better course, in my view, is that for the jury to not ask questions, for the jury to listen to the testimony. The reason you will have 12 parties deliberating, 12 jurors deliberating, is to collaboratively discuss the evidence in the case and ferret out what's important and what's not, what's believable and what's not. But the court will not entertain individual questions from the juror. Certainly, I understand and appreciate your focus, and that's why you're here. But just do not add to that submitting questions for the lawyers or for the court. In addition, I want to again caution you that you are to not discuss the case at all with each other or with anyone else at any point in time until I tell you that it's time to do so, which will be at the end of the case when you've heard all of the evidence and when you've heard the instructions of law. You may proceed with your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please the court. The state calls Officer Jeffrey Kraft.
Yeah, this is the officer we've been fighting over. Defense does not like this one. He's the one who pulled over the defendant. We've got his body cam and dash cam video of the whole thing. This is where the defendant ran from the officer. It's a bit problematic. It makes the defendant look bad. They fought hard against this, but we're going to get at least the testimony and maybe some video in.
I do.
Jeffrey Kraft.
Officer Kraft, good morning.
Good morning.
Where are you employed, sir?
City of Columbia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
8 years.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about what your duties are with the department?
I'm a master police officer and a canine handler assigned to the Special Operations Division currently. Pretty much respond to all canine service, calls for service, high-risk calls, major events that take place in the city, and assist patrol with anything they need on the street.
Officer, just from a logistical standpoint, you talk a little bit fast, so make sure you talk so that they can understand what you're saying, okay?
Yes, sir.
You said canine?
Canine handler.
What is that? What does that involve?
I have a canine assigned to me and respond, and my dog's trained in tracking, apprehension, narcotic detection, and I assist the street whenever they need a canine assistance.
Okay. So back on March 29th, 2019,
What an angle.
were you on patrol that evening?
I was.
What area were you charged with patrolling?
The camera's being
I was
operated by
patrolling
an
the Rosewood
ant.
area at 5 points.
All right. And is that the ordinary area in which you patrol?
That was the area I was patrolling that night.
Okay. You said Rosewood?
Yes, Rosewood Drive and then the 5 points area.
Okay. I'm going to show you graphic here. If you could describe generally what this area is that we're looking at.
Hardin Street going into 5 points.
Okay.
That's the 5 points corridor.
This is Hardin Street here, the long road.
Yes,
is
sir.
that right?
Yes, sir.
And then this area up in here is what?
5 points.
5 points. Okay. You pretty familiar with that area?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, how's that?
Been patrolling that area for the past couple of years. And prior to being assigned a canine handler, 5 points was my patrol area.
Okay. Why were you tasked with patrolling in this general area on this particular occasion?
That's where the cell phone was last pinged in that area, and that's where Samantha Josephson was last seen.
What information did you have about Samantha Josephson and her situation on that evening?
That she got into a late models black Chevy Impala in front of Bird Dog, which is in 5 points. And then that was the last time she was seen or heard of through any source of communication.
And in fact, is that the bird dog there denoted by the red pin on the map?
That is.
Okay. You said that the information was that she had gotten into a black Impala?
Yes, sir.
In front of the bird dog?
Yes, sir.
And that had been approximately when in relation to this evening? 24 hours prior?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. You got that information by way of the BOLO that we've heard about that went out?
Yes, sir.
A BOLO is, what does that stand for?
Be on the lookout.
Okay, so what exactly were you looking for that night?
I was looking for a late models black Chevy Impala in that general area and or Samantha Josephson.
So at that particular occasion, to your knowledge, so help me walk through it. This was, when you started your shift, was that Friday evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's not.
And once you hit
Friday
midnight,
evening?
it crosses over into Saturday morning.
Correct.
And this traffic, the time that we're about to talk about where you got involved is about 2 a.m. that morning, correct? Saturday morning?
02:30 I believe.
Okay. And that would have been about 24 hours after Ms. Josephson got into the Impala, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's a little confusing with the midnight
No, I
thing,
agree.
so okay. So it was Friday night, but it was really Saturday morning early.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Were you the only one tasked with looking for her or the vehicle?
The whole city was. This email went to every police officer in the city, and of course on-duty officers in between calls. That was their primary task, to try to see if they could find her.
And the first email had the bolo attached, correct?
Correct.
Did you receive a second email from the department?
I did, with the picture of the vehicle and a picture of Samantha Joseph.
Okay. And how long were you on patrol that night? When did you start on patrol?
6 o'clock at night.
6 o'clock at night, so at 6 o'clock Friday night.
Correct.
Is he like blowing up balloons in the
And
background?
throughout your time patrolling that evening, did you encounter, let's say up until midnight, 1 o'clock, how many Impalas did you encounter?
None that matched the description.
Okay. And of course, did you see anyone who fit the description of Ms. Joseph?
I did not.
So let's
It's a
take
very
you
sweaty
to
leather chair.
Later that evening, or early morning hours, and talk about at what point did you actually encounter a black Chevy Impala?
On Harlem Street, approaching Blossom Street, going into 5 Points.
All right. Where this white pin is that approximately where you got behind the Impala?
Yes, sir.
And that you said on Hardin Street, and headed in which direction?
Northbound into 5 Points.
Into 5 Points. Okay.
They call it 5 points because it's 5 roads that come together in one intersection.
What intersection is this?
Harlem Street and Blossom Street.
Okay. And what was your relation to the Impala at that point?
When I got behind him, he got into the
Actually,
turn
6
left
roads.
lane to turn onto Blossom Street.
Okay. And at this point where you're behind the Impala at Blossom and Hardin, approximately how far is it from there to the Bird Dog?
Like 2 blocks.
Okay. Do you agree with me that it's about 800 feet?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's close by.
Thank you. Describe what happened once the Impala began to turn left onto Blossom Street.
I activated my blue lights, being the vehicle matched the description of the bolo that I received. Blue lights were initiated. He made a left onto Blossom Street, continued to travel down Blossom Street, and then made a left-hand turn onto Saluda Avenue, which is a one-way road, and he turned onto the street the wrong way.
Okay. So does this red line kind of denote the path that you all traveled?
Yes, sir. And he came to a complete stop on Saluda Avenue.
Now, when you say that Saluda Avenue, that he turned on the wrong way, can you describe Saluda Avenue, how it's set up in terms of the flow of traffic and medians?
Saluda Avenue is divided by a large grassy median with trees and bushes and stuff like that. It's very obvious, which way to travel you should travel. And he made the turn onto Saluda Avenue on the wrong way. He turned on the Saluda Avenue on oncoming traffic.
Essentially down a one-way street, is that
Correct, the wrong way.
So when we see this map here, you can kind of even see the median there, is that right?
Correct.
And so this side traffic should have been going this way.
Correct.
Correct? But he traveled that way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the pin there is approximately where the stop occurred?
Yes.
All right. At this point, do you have any knowledge about who's driving the vehicle?
I do not.
And ultimately, did you, were you able to make contact with the driver?
Yes, sir. I approached the vehicle on the driver's side.
Hold on one second.
Ooh, and they just
Yeah,
jump.
the defense would like to review their objection previously noted.
It was overruled twice before.
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Ron. Officer Kraft, I'm showing you what's been marked in the states. Exhibit number 9 Can you tell me what that is?
It's a DVD with my dash cam and body camera.
You had an opportunity to review those videos?
Yes, sir.
And the videos on this disc of your body cam and your dash cams fairly and accurately depict what occurred that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to previous discussions, the state would offer state's number 9 into evidence. Thank you, Your Honor. And Officer Kraft, have you had an opportunity to review that there are some clips of that footage as well, correct?
Correct.
All right. And just at the first frame here, what does this appear to be a clip of?
The black late models Impala on Harbor Street going into 5 Points.
Is this your body cam or the dash cam?
Dash cam.
Okay, what is a dash cam? Can you describe that?
The camera mounted on my windshield of my patrol vehicle, and it gets activated or by me activating it, or it gets activated when it initiates the blue lights.
Okay, so in this instance, did you turn it on or did it come on?
It comes on automatically with the blue lights activation.
Okay, and does it have a kind of a backup feature where it catches the time before you turn it on?
It has a 1 minute preset.
So what does that mean?
It records 1 minute prior to me activating the blue lights or activating the dash cam.
In other words, when the moment you hit the blue light, it's not recording necessarily, but once you do that, it does pull the recording from the previous minute.
It does.
And so at this point in time when the video begins, you haven't blue lighted them yet, correct?
Correct.
Or blue lighted the vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Don't lead the witness.
Have you blue lighted the vehicle yet?
Don't lead the witness.
No.
Okay. But the video turned on due to what you just described, is that right?
Correct.
All right, thank you. All right, this time I'm going to publish the dash cam.
It's rolling. It's already being published. Going to make a left-hand turn here. Signals for like 10 seconds. Gets in the turning lane. So far, so good. Good lane position. I wouldn't stop him for this. It's a yellow. Let's see, it goes red right here. Stopped a little bit, possibly just over the line. Just over the line. Got a Quebec Alpha 824 on the license plate.
And this intersection is which one?
That is Hardin Street and Blossom Street.
Is that the Impala?
That is.
There's the Impala. We're starting a chase right now. Light turns green. Good reaction time. Doesn't show any signs of impairment. Proper left-hand turn. Acceleration might be a little on the high ends. We're going to stop him anyway. We've got suspicion. There he is, over the line. Over the line, the improper lane position. That's enough to stop him right there. Let's lock this guy up. Lights are flashing. You see the reflection there. Car recognizes it.
Describe this turn as we watch it.
He's trying to slow down as he makes the turn. You can see the one-way sign. He's going out to
it's a tight turn. Green light, so good there, but does go in the wrong direction on the road.
There's the median that divides the 2 lanes of traffic.
And the cars on the side of the road?
Correct. Our cars are facing the proper direction.
And he's just to stop right here and block traffic. Right up against the curb. I know, would you have made that stop? Would you have made that stop? A little bit of motion in the car. Got him lit up with our spotlight. Still nothing really suspicious, but we'll see what happens. Yes, that is the infamous chase music. Wow, the officer is strapped. Look at this. He's wearing I'm not sure if he's wearing a front-facing
Stop right
parachute.
here for a moment. And I'm going to ask you some questions. Who is that?
That's myself.
Okay. And as you approach the vehicle, for any vehicle, really for that matter, but specifically this one, what is your concern? What is your goal? What are you trying to do as you approach the vehicle there?
Primary for me is officer safety. Approach the vehicle in a safe, tactical manner. Make sure I'm observing what's inside the vehicle, who's inside the vehicle, and looking for any type of thing that can harm me in the beginning.
Okay. And did you make contact with the driver?
I did.
Okay. And initially, just generally, was the driver cooperative?
At first, he was very cooperative. He was slouched back in the back of his seat. His hood was over his head,
Okay.
but he was communicating with me and answering his questions.
Okay. And at some point, did you ask him to step out of the vehicle?
I did.
Okay, and once he got out of the vehicle, was he cooperative with you then?
At first, and then I asked, he asked why he got stopped, and I explained to him, I was about to explain to him why he got stopped, that the car matches the description. And I didn't even finish my sentence, and he took off running. He put his hand in his pockets and took off running.
What did you do when he took off running?
Initiated a foot chase, told him to stop multiple times.
That was
and
unwise.
I lost him he ran towards Waccamaw Avenue, and that's where I lost him.
You were unable to keep up with him?
Correct.
Okay.
Hands in the pockets and running. Let's see how this goes. The moving sidewalk is for your traveling convenience. Please stand to the right in single file so other people can walk past you on the left. Thank you for traveling through our city. I cannot understand what they're saying here. Oh, he's getting out of the car. There he goes. Oh, is this? They rewound us to the beginning.
One moment.
We want the next disc, please. Load the next split disc, because we were just getting to the good part. He's wearing. Ooh, he was wearing all white. All white. That's not how you hide.
A moment ago, your initial encounter of the driver of the vehicle. I want to take you to the next slide on the PowerPoint. Just looking at the initial frame. What is this a video of?
This is my body camera. This is me sitting inside a patrol car during the traffic stop.
And that is part of State 29, correct?
Correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury what a body camera is?
It's a body camera we wear on duty, and any call for service or anytime we make contact with anyone in the public, we activate our body cameras.
And why do you do that?
Of course, for evidence or make encounters of people.
All right. And you indicated that when you approached the vehicle that the driver was seated in a particular manner. Can you expound on that?
Yeah, his seat was reclined really back, so it's hard to see unless I get right in front of the window. And then he had his hood over his head.
What else did you observe on his head?
He had like a bandana wrapped around his forehead.
Okay, it's not going to show much, but we are going to get season 2 here of the chase, as we call it.
So before we get to it, I'm just going to ask you a couple more questions and then we'll play it. You said initially he was cooperative, right?
Correct.
You asked him some questions?
Correct.
What types of questions did you ask him?
Well, approaching the car, I smelled a strong odor of marijuana come from within the vehicle. So immediately I was like, hey, who's been smoking the marijuana inside the car? He freely said he was earlier. And then I asked him, do you have any identification on you? And he said he doesn't have any identification on him. At that point is when I asked him, can you step outside the car?
And he complied?
Correct.
And you indicated that you said something to him about why he pulled over, and that's when he took off, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, no more comments.
What's going on, sir? You got your license? Got your license on you? I'm also Columbia Police Department K9. No license on you. Why not?
I wasn't expecting to get pulled over, sir. I don't have my license.
It is.
And then the bandana underneath?
Yes.
Okay.
This is really embarrassing for the officer because he takes a big L here.
Who's smoking the marijuana?
I had smoked some earlier, sir, when I was at home.
It was real good, sir. Thanks for asking.
All right, man. You got to step on out, man.
All right.
All right, here's the deal, man. I pulled your car over because the match is a suspect. Get your hand in your pocket. What are you, crazy? Get over here. Hey, get over here. Come on, run. Hey, release the dog. I can't. I was just going to see if he'll stop. Bravo Mike wearing a gray sweatpants, gray sweatshirt.
Oh, 2 officers outrunning you. I think you got lapped on this already.
Wakama, doors blocked, 500 block. Nunez, keep going. He's going to be on your left.
This is called the walk of shame. Officers involved in chases know what that is, but he's now doing the walk of shame all the way back to his car without
body
anyone in
cam
cuffs.
goes on, correct?
Correct.
Where are you now in relation to your vehicle?
Like a 1 block down on Wacom Avenue.
Okay, so did you
Like
go
200
down to
feet,
see
and then it was spent.
if the suspect had been detained, or did you go back to your vehicle?
I went back to the vehicle because there was a passenger inside that vehicle.
Okay. And again, just going back to the map here, the white pin is approximately what, where the traffic stop was, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And you made it 1 house? You made it down.
And then what is the red pin generally?
I believe that's Congress Avenue. That's where he was apprehended.
That's where he was apprehended?
Put a pin on where you stopped running.
But you didn't
It's
go
right
down
next
there.
to the white pin.
No.
Okay, you went back to the car?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I'll be quiet now.
When you went back to the car, without getting too far into the particulars at this point, what did you do?
I made contact with the passenger and try to get an identification, see what's going on, see if I can identify who just ran from me.
Okay. And at this point, again, you still didn't know who the driver was, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't know anything else about Ms. Josephson, correct?
Correct.
All right. So generally in a situation like this where there's a traffic stop, and specifically you said you smelled the odor of marijuana, is that right?
That is correct.
So what would you then do in regards to that?
Search the vehicle for any source or marijuana inside the car.
Okay. And did you in fact do that in this case?
I did.
Okay. And what did you find, if anything?
Found a bunch of marijuana shake, just little pieces of marijuana on the driver's side floorboard.
Okay. What else did you find during the search of the vehicle?
A cell phone and a set of keys.
Can you describe the cell phone?
An iPhone, I think it was white or feminine color, and a set of keys with a pink keychain on it, or key ring on it.
Feminine color as in the, like the rose gold?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
So apparently
And
guys
when
can't
you
have
found
the
that
rose
as
gold.
items, did you put it in your pockets? What do you do with it?
I put them on top of the car.
On top of the Impala?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Did you then continue to look throughout the car a little bit additionally from there?
Yes, still looking for marijuana being, it was a strong odor. I didn't think the little bit of shake was going to be the source of the odor.
Okay. Did you look around a little bit in the back seat?
I did.
And was the trunk opened? At some
point the trunk was open, yes.
Did you actually go digging through the trunk and removing items or anything?
No,
like
opened
that?
it, saw what we saw, and backed up.
Okay. In the light of the totality of the situation, why didn't you search the car more thoroughly at that point?
There's lots of evidence inside the car. There's obviously something severe took place inside the car that needed to be processed by professionals, our crime scene techs. So that's when we backed out. We wanted to preserve as much evidence as possible.
When you say it was obvious, I mean, what, if anything, did you observe?
Large quantities of blood, footprints on the window, cleaning supplies, bleach.
And again, why would you have not done that yourself as opposed to crime scene?
Because I am not a crime scene technician. We have people in our departments and other departments that are specialized that process those type of evidences.
Okay. And what are we looking at here?
That is the front passenger of the vehicle, the Chevy Impala.
And this is on states number 9 also? This is the body cam on states number 9, is that right?
Yes.
This would have been when in relation to the foot chase?
After the fact that he returned to the vehicle.
Okay. The female standing there at the front, where did she come from?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Was she there during the traffic stop?
She was.
And what was her name?
Benicia Wilson.
I wonder if we'll hear from her during the course of this. So there's blood all over in the car. There's another girl in the passenger
Can
seat.
you describe what you're doing currently?
Right there, seeing if I can identify the driver and the person who just ran from me, and then at the same time looking for the marijuana inside the vehicle.
You're spilling
You
rubbish.
testified you found some shake.
Correct.
And can you say again what that is?
Shake is pretty much the ground up bits of marijuana that they use to put in cigarettes or to smoke it.
It's the part they didn't smoke.
Where did you locate that?
On the floor, the driver's floorboard. Pretty much where your feet would be.
Basically, a crushed dry leaves is what they found. They call it shake. I swear it never gets tested and they never know. They're always like, yep, that's marijuana.
Those the keys you referenced?
Sure.
Those are.
And we haven't gotten to it yet, but where was the cell phone, the rose gold cell phone you spoke about, where was that located?
In between the driver's seat and the center console, in that little gap.
So this vehicle was stopped because it matched the description of the vehicle that they were looking for. There we go. Here's the close-up of the ground. It's like, oh, I think that's shake. No, that's lawn clippings. That is lawn clippings. That's like legitimate grass. I'm thinking that's Kentucky bluegrass, maybe a little bit of crabgrass. I don't know that. Now there, that does look a little more suspicious. Right there. That's some Italian seasoning at least. And now we have Hollywood. So, we found Hollywood in the driver's seat apparently. This is I'm not sure why we transition to a quick close-up of the sign, the Hollywood sign, but it's an interesting cut. The choice was, editors have different visions when they're putting together police crime scene videos, and some people maybe are trying to convey a general message, associated with what they're seeing in the car with what you might see in Hollywood. So that happens and is still happening, still. But we'll go back to the other just here in a minute. I guess the chopper's now panning around. A little smoky in the sky. A little smoke. Ah, that's it. It's the smoke tie-in. It's a sneaky way of saying clearly what you're seeing is for smoking. So yeah, we're literally high above the hills of Hollywood right now, waiting for court to come back. That's what happens when you dub over old Blockbuster discs, says Judy. Somebody set their coffee on the switchboard, and is looking frantically for it because they can't remember where they put it. Check the burner phone, please. Checking the burner phone now. Let's see. Lots going on the burner phone. Helicopter still flying high above California. I could fast forward, but this is just choice. Okay. They will hear from the girlfriend. That is going to happen, apparently. Okay, good. Excellent. Okay, helicopter. We're still... I guess we get like a bonus pursuit in this court case. Just like an extra freebie. Sounds cool. Let's see. Judge Newman is probably looking at this going, explain to me again the relevance. Because you lost me right at the Hollywood sign. Let's see. Okay, we've got some fluff floating around my studio. Can you fast forward? I can fast forward, but I've got like multiple feeds synced up, and if I do, they get out of sync really quickly. But sure, let me fast forward. But I have to do this to do it. So give me a second. Let's see. Let's go to. Oh, we're almost done. We're almost done. Here we go. Here we go. Just a few more seconds, and we'll be good. Okay, ready? Here we go. In 3, 2, 1-ish. Guy finds his coffee, runs and grabs, push the other button, gets us back to court, in theory. Nope. Maybe I was a couple minutes off. Oh, I think I am a couple minutes off. Hang on. I was thinking that was seconds and it was minutes. Let's fast forward just a tiny bit. There. Let's just go to here. Boom. There we go. Okay. Now we're back in court. Sorry, guys. My bad. It's what happens when you find a little bit of shake in the car you pull over and you test it using the old-fashioned cigarette paper method. Not sure what those hand signals were, but apparently she doesn't want that blue post-it note anymore.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, no questions after that Hollywood sign. That pretty much is self-explanatory.
Morning, Officer Kraft.
Good morning. Pretty good.
Well, thank you. Officer Kraft, you initiated the traffic stop on Nathaniel Rowland, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Nathaniel Rowland, as we saw in the video, came to a stop at the light and used his blinker, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And prior to you turning on your blue lights or signaling him to stop, he had not committed a traffic infraction that you were aware of.
That's not true.
Correct?
At the time, correct.
That's not true.
Okay.
Improper lane
So you
lane
saw
position.
the car put on the signal light, correct?
Correct.
You saw the car get into the turning lane, correct?
Correct.
Then that car turned left, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you're driving down to Hardin, you would have to continue straight to get to Bird Dog, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But this car turned left onto Blossom Street, correct?
He did.
And if you were to continue down Blossom Street, you would eventually get to Assembly Street, correct?
Correct.
And when you pulled Mr. Rowland over, you questioned him about the marijuana he smelled, correct?
Correct.
Did you also question him about a cup of alcohol in his car?
No.
Did you see a cup of alcohol in his car?
No.
Nathaniel stated to you when you asked about the marijuana that he had smoked prior to you pulling him over, correct?
Correct.
Did he tell you where he had smoked?
No.
After Officer, are you familiar with Officer Nasia?
I am.
Am I pronouncing his name correctly?
You are.
After Officer Nasia gained control over Nathaniel, you went back to check over his car as seen in the video, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, when you were reviewing it, you saw Nathaniel Rowland had shake, loose marijuana that you testified typically is used in rolling cigarettes or blunts, something of that nature?
Correct.
And you also found an edible in his car, correct?
At the time, I believe so, yes, sir.
All right, and edible is simply just
something that can
edible
be
marijuana.
consumed.
A treat, yeah, treat infused with edible marijuana.
Okay. And at some point during your search, you also find an empty box that used to contain sandwich baggies, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and would you agree that in your experience as a law enforcement officer, when you find drugs and baggies together, that's typical in dealing with narcotics?
Most of the time, correct.
Okay. One of his charges was actually simple possession of marijuana, correct?
Correct.
Beg the court's indulgence.
Still, I have no idea what the defense is gaining from some of these questioning lines. They are definitely leading questions, which they are allowed to do on cross. So you would assume that they know the answer, but it's not really getting any glaring confessions out of the witness.
No more questions. Thank you, officer.
Anything further?
Very briefly, Judge. When you were speaking with Mr. Rowland, you didn't ask him any questions about where the drugs came from or anything like that, right?
No.
You asked him about usage, correct?
Correct.
But not the origin?
Correct.
And when you asked him these questions at the outset, as we observed, he was compliant?
He was.
Did he appear to you to be coherent?
Yes.
Did he appear to you to understand the questions that were being asked of him?
He did.
And did he respond in a coherent manner to you?
He did.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Anything further? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next witness.
State calls Officer Nasia.
Officer Nasia, I believe, was the, if we remember right, he was the other officer in the vehicle. Not sure if we're going to get body cam from him, but he was, of the two officers, he was the better runner, which we saw in the video twice. A little disappointed that the canine handler did not loose the dog.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about in this case will be the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth so help you God. Please have a seat. State your full name for the record.
Justin Nissia, Columbia Police Department.
I think we should count these. I think we should count the balloon noises in court. Is that too childish, or how many have we heard so far?
Thank you, Your Honor. Please forward. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Can you tell the jury a little bit about yourself? Where do you work?
Sure. First off, Officer Nissia, Columbia Police Department.
I need you to speak up.
Currently assigned to South Region Delta Squad Patrol as well as the Columbia SWAT team.
And what do you do at the Columbia Police Department?
Currently, while I'm on patrol, I take calls for service, assist in the community in with any assistance that they need, and then as well as being on the SWAT team, which means that I serve high-profile warrants, assist with narcotics and violent offender arrests, as well as active scenes.
And what is the SWAT team?
SWAT team is Special Weapons and Tactics.
So I'm going to move you back to March of 2019. Was that your duties back then?
Back then, I was currently on the SWAT team. We weren't assigned anything with that. I was currently working patrol that night.
And what do you do as part of working patrol? What does that entail?
Taking calls for service, stopping vehicles, making traffic stops, keeping the public safe.
And where were you patrolling back on March 30th of 2019?
That night, I was assigned to the Old Shannon neighborhood, which borders 5 Points as well as 5 Points itself.
And is that in Richland County?
It is.
And so, can you tell the jury what happened that involved you in this case back then?
Sure. That night, we were, while in between calls, looking for the suspect vehicle, that black and color Chevy Impala. and multiple officers were making traffic stops that night on black and colored Chevy Impalas, attempting to locate the vehicle in question.
And I'm going to stop you. You said many officers were looking. What were you looking as well?
I was.
Did you see any?
I did, but at that point, by the time I saw them, other officers had already initiated traffic stops on vehicles, and I would just show up as a backup unit to make sure that everyone was safe. And then once we got the information we needed, we would clear up and we would go back to patrol.
And so any of the vehicles that you had contact with, were any of those bloody?
I never actually made contact with that vehicle.
Okay, so you never made contact with any black Impalas yourself?
No.
So proceed on. I interrupted you. People were looking for black Impalas.
Correct. I was just clearing up from backing up another officer on a traffic stop when Officer Kraft called out with the black Impala that he was stopping on Saluda Avenue. At that point, I was on Gervais Street, and I started making my way there to back him up, which he was on Saluda. So I turned down Greg and was traveling down Greg Street. While en route,
And I'm going to stop you.
Greg got turned down.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Right.
Greg.
So you said that a call went out. What does that mean when a call goes out?
Officer Kraft had put out that he was making a vehicle stop, put out the vehicle information and the location that he was initiating the stop at.
And is that abnormal or normal while you're on patrol?
That's normal procedure.
So you hear the call go out, so you are responding. Is that what I interrupted you?
I was going to back him up, correct?
Okay. Did you receive any other calls while you were going to back him up?
I did not.
Okay. And where were you going? Where were you headed to?
I was heading initially to Saluda Ave, where Officer Kraft had pulled over that vehicle.
Okay. And did anything stop you from going to that address?
No.
Okay, so what happens as you're going towards Saluda Avenue?
As I'm going towards Saluda Avenue to back up Officer Kraft, he called out with foot pursuit and
And
started.
I'm going to stop you. What's a foot pursuit?
It's when a suspect flees from police on foot and we give chase on foot.
So a call goes out that there needs to be a foot pursuit. So what do you do?
That's when I activated my blue lights and sirens and started making my way towards them. And at that point, while I was heading there, I was listening to the radio traffic and taking the directions that he was giving out, heading down Saluda Ave, then turning onto Wakima to try and gauge where the suspect was fleeing so we can create a perimeter to apprehend the suspect.
And how familiar are you with this area? Because you're saying different roads. Do you travel this area every day? or
Correct,
how often?
every day.
How often do you go on Wakima, for example, in a day?
Probably at least once or twice.
So very familiar.
Correct.
All right, so as you're proceeding, what happens?
As I'm proceeding, Officer Kraft, as well as the other officer that was chasing, were giving out locations as to where they were running, where the suspect was fleeing. And based off that information, I gauged where to try and intercept the foot pursuit as to cut off the suspect from running, which is when I headed down Blossom Street and turned onto Congaree Avenue. When I turned onto Congaree Avenue, that's when Mr. Rowland turned from Wakima onto Congaree, and I was able to make visual contact with him, which is when I exited my patrol vehicle and was able to safely detain him.
And you said you saw Mr. Rowland. Is he in a car or walking?
He was actually running.
And could you describe what he had on at the time?
He had on a light gray sweatshirt as well as a light gray pair of pants, and his hood was up.
And I'm going to show you a slide. Where this red pin is that what we're talking about? If this is, there's Wakima Avenue
Red pen,
here,
you made it in.
Blossom Street is here,
Oh, red pin,
and
never
Santee
mind.
Avenue is in the middle.
Correct, and the red pin is the 500 block of Congaree Avenue.
And is that where you make contact with Mr. Rowland?
Correct.
And you stated, and I believe the jury's already heard, did you have a body cam on?
I did.
And when is your body cam activated?
Upon exiting my vehicle.
Are we going to need the chase music again for this one?
Object to the fitness of this exhibit.
We're not counting
Based on
objections
your
anymore.
That's the same objection I've already ruled on.
Yes, Your Honor. Or no, Your Honor, this is a separate body cam issue specifically for Officer Casilla.
Is that the same objection? Yes, Your Honor. Wait. No. I mean, no.
This Sampson.
Your Honor, it's our same response as we gave you earlier. We will mute anything as instructed.
The objection's overruled.
Nanny Apple, happy
Thank you, Your
birthday.
Honor.
Happy birthday. Good to have
Excuse
you
me,
here.
I'm going to show you what the mark that states exhibit number 5 and ask if you recognize it.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my DVD copy of my body cam footage.
And were you able to watch that earlier?
I was.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your body cam from March 30th of 2019?
It is.
Been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit number 5 into evidence.
Send evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you see this okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We can't see it. We believe off camera there is a clown making balloon animals in the court, and we call the noise that the balloons make a toot. So we have a toot counter that's occurring.
And is this your body cam, what we're watching?
It is.
And I know it's moving all around. Is that you?
That is.
Who is that you're handcuffing?
Nathaniel Rowland.
Why are you handcuffing?
Because
based on the knowledge I had, he was just a suspect that that ran on foot and failed to stop for police command.
And is that the normal procedure to handcuff someone who's ran?
Correct. That is an arrestable offense.
Sorry, the car is right there. Pushed him right into it.
And what are you doing at this point?
At that point, I'm frisking him for any weapons.
Did you find any?
No.
And whose patrol car is that we see?
My patrol vehicle.
Shout out to
And
Puma.
who are these officers?
The one with the flashlight on the left is Officer Boyd, and the one on the right is Officer Bice.
Okay. And who is this black male?
Nathaniel Rowland.
Our defendants.
And what are you all doing at this point?
At that point, we're evaluating him, making sure that he is okay, trying to gain information from him as to why he ran and the nature of the incident in and of itself.
And why are you checking to see if he's okay?
Because safety is our main concern and priority.
And was he okay?
He was.
Balloon
Did
just
he
popped.
give you any indication that he wasn't okay?
He did say that he was sick. He stated that he had the flu and that he was having difficulty breathing. At that point, we notified EMS to come and evaluate him.
And did they come?
They did.
Did they have to take him to the hospital?
They did not.
What did they do?
Released him back into our custody.
That was a cover cough. You guys know what those are. This is after he ran. Apparently, they started
this
the
point,
video
what is
after
he
they
doing?
caught him.
He requested to sit down. He said that he was having difficulty breathing.
And did you let him sit down?
I did. And I positioned him in the upright position to open up his diaphragm so that he can get more air.
Is that a normal procedure?
It is.
And we see, who is this with the light behind him?
Officer Nunez,
What is he doing?
currently
his
Mirandizing him.
Is that a normal procedure?
It is.
And I'm going to pause it here. After he does that, did Mr. Rowland respond?
He would not answer any questions.
Yes, sir.
There's a quick little. I heard it. It was right there before the mics got turned down. They're objecting to the question about the defendant's response. I'm not sure what the objection can be. They can't say hearsay because it's an objection from a party opponent. Let's see. Mirandized. Is that it? Is it because he was Mirandized? He did not respond. So once he's asserted his rights or being read his rights, anything he can say can be used against him.
Respond to the reading of his rights.
Not verbally.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it.
After, what did you all do with him? Did you leave him at the car all night, or what happens at that point?
After he was evaluated by EMS and released into our custody, I notified my supervisor, who told me just to wait while they were getting ready to process the scene. At that point, we were notified that we can bring him over to the scene where he stood by in the vehicle.
And what if anything else, did you do?
After the apprehension, I stood by with him until he was transported to investigations.
And who transported him to investigations?
Myself.
What if any items did you recover off of the defendant?
I believe I recovered a cell phone and his cap that he had on his head.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in State's Exhibit number 7. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to open it for you. And you can look in it, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That is 2 cell phones.
And can you look and tell me if one of those is the cell phone that you recovered that day?
This is before they figured out ASMR and how to do it correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
And does it look to be in the same condition as when you found it?
It does.
This time, Your Honor, I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit number 7 into evidence.
Any objection?
Only one phone was identified.
I'm only introducing the one phone.
Okay, no objection.
It's admitted without objection.
So this is the cell phone that you recovered on March 30th of 2019?
Correct.
And where did you recover this from?
That was in his pocket.
Now I'm going to show you another item. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11.
I'm thinking, I'm going to go with what I know, and I'm saying it's going to be the keys. Because I'm pretty sure the shake he found disappeared somewhere along the way.
Before you show it anything, do you recognize these items?
I do.
What are they?
They are bandanas that he had on his head.
And have they been changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
This time we'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit number 11 into evidence.
No objection.
Start with this item. Is this one of the bandanas that was recovered
Yes, ma'am.
with the $50 signs and $100 bill signs?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury this was the other item?
Correct.
And what is this? Is it called a do-rag or a head bandana?
Yes, it's one of the terms.
And those were both recovered from the defendant that day?
Correct.
Pay the court to the building.
Was that prosecution or defense on this? I think it's prosecution. Just like, I don't know what to do. How do you defend somebody who committed a crime and there's all this evidence?
No further questions, please answer anything. Yes, ma'am.
Those exhibits, were they marked by the court reporter?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Were the exhibits marked by the court reporter?
Not yet. I got to wrap them up and put them in the bag for her when we'll do that at a break, Your Honor.
Is that satisfactory, or do you want to mark them at this time as they're presented?
I'd like to mark them as they are presented. I think.
Yes. Mark them as presented. Ooh. Sorry for the transition happened there. Courtney, you had to work on your birthday? That's awful.
It's 7:11.
I can sense a little bit of frustration from Judge Newman about evidence and how it's being handled in a manner that's not to his liking. He wants to see all the evidence as early as possible and wants everything marked before it's presented in court. And they have not been doing that. So he's sort of dropping some subtle clues. Hopefully the teams will pick up on it and follow suit.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. May I please report?
Yes, sir.
Officer Garcia, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Officer, as you testified, you're the one who actually gained control of Nathaniel during the early morning hours of March 29th?
That's correct.
That was around 2:15, 2:30?
Around 2:36.
2:36, okay. And you mentioned that you saw the officers, and so you decided to create a perimeter. And so, more or less, I believe you said it might have been a lucky turn that led you to cut him off?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the process of gaining control over him, you secured him on the ground. And with the assistance of another officer, you were able to pin him down to secure the handcuffs, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at some point, you state that Nathaniel ran from the police, and Nathaniel's response was that he didn't know what y'all, the police, were going to do to me. Do you recall him saying that?
I do.
Now, at some point, Nathaniel, you mentioned earlier that as far as him being read his rights about his cooperation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he was non-responsive.
He was non-responsive, just used his head a couple times to nod.
Okay. And at some point, EMS arrives, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that because Nathaniel was complaining about sustaining some sort of injury or having the flu?
He stated that he had the flu and that it was difficult to breathe.
Okay. And was he breathing heavily at that moment?
He was. He had just finished running.
Sure.
Outrunning, as a matter of fact. Outrunning the officers.
And was Nathaniel cooperative with EMS?
He would not answer any of their questions.
But he was able, his vitals were taken, correct?
I do believe they were.
Okay. And did Nathaniel present as a coherent individual during that time?
He did.
Thank the court's indulgence.
Begs the court's indulgence, then turns off the court mics. Coincidence? I think not. He's trying to keep our toot counter low. We need to call it something other than the toot counter. That's too childish. I'm feeling bad about that. Let's see. Any suggestions?
All right, Officer, I just have a
Squeak?
few more questions for you. So Nathaniel Rowland took off on a foot chase, correct?
That's correct.
And he was pursued by several officers, correct?
Correct.
About how many blocks from his car to where he was ultimately apprehended did he run? Do you recall?
About 3 to 4 blocks.
3 or 4? Was he sweating at the time?
He was.
You pulled? Okay.
Was it profusely?
All right, that'll be all. Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Let's just do balloon blaster master. No. Let's just do toot abacus. I'm thinking balloon is the better one.
Please, the court state calls Officer James Nunez.
I do like the abacus idea. But we have to go with something other than toot. Could we do the squeak abacus? Would that be one word or two?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about you is case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please establish these six
Here we go. Here we go.
My name is James Nunez.
Mrs. R.A. came in. Does not approve of his pink and red combination.
Good morning, Officer Nunez.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
Officer Nunez, where are you employed?
Columbia Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
Approximately 4 years.
In what capacity are you employed with the Columbia
A
Police
patrol
Department?
officer with a
Let me
patrol
finish
unit.
the question.
And which region are you assigned?
Southeast region. At the time, it was the South region.
Are you still assigned to the South region?
I am, yes. I'm on Alpha Squad, A Squad.
He's a very
Can you
eager.
describe some of your duties
eager
as a road
witness.
officer?
Just, as other officers stated, calls for service, traffic stops, assisting citizens with their safety needs, and just serving them whatever the needs they see fit.
You could do the squeaker meter.
I want to turn your attention to the early morning hours of March 30th of 2019. Were you on patrol at that time?
I was.
And what, if anything, happened that evening while you were on patrol?
I would respond to the scene and assist the citizens with whatever needs they have for us to assist them with.
Was there anything that occurred that night that required your assistance?
Other than, not to my knowledge, for any other calls for service, but Officer Craft's traffic stop, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about Officer Craft's traffic stop.
Okay.
What, if any, involvement did you have in that?
I was in the approximately, my apologies, about a half mile away when he initiated the traffic stop, and then I started to head that way to assist. And then when I heard the foot chase was commencing, I turned my lights and sirens and headed that way to assist Officer Craft and other officers on scene.
And when you say you heard that there was a foot chase, what do you mean by that?
My apologies. On our dispatch through our radio, our in-car radio, I heard Officer Craft call out the foot chase, and I went that way to help assist in the call.
I think this officer is the reason why everyone else is wearing a mask. I think he's sick. He's not.
In what
feeling good.
area of Columbia was this?
This was on Saluda Avenue, close to 5 Points, approximately a quarter mile to half a mile from 5 Points.
Did you initiate your blue lights?
I believe so, yes.
And once you arrived at the scene, what happened?
When I arrived on the scene, I was going on Saluda, and then I observed Officer Craft running on Waccamaw. And that's when I turned around to Waccamaw. I observed Officer Craft. Signaling me to continue on for the suspect, Mr. Rowland. Thank you, my apologies.
Take your time.
I observed Officer Craft flag me down, or not flag me down, but signal me to go forward. And that's where Officer Nesia and Officer Boyd detained Mr. Rowland, and I assisted with that as well.
When you say you were assisting, were you in your vehicle or were you on foot?
Yes, when I was driving my vehicle, and then I took a wrong turn on accident. I circled around to where Officer Nesia and Mr. Rowland were, and then I got on my vehicle, exited my vehicle, turned my body camera, and then went to assist in whatever need they need me to.
And was your body cam on and functioning that evening?
That's correct.
Yes,
As
that
I
morning?
exited the vehicle, it was operating and on.
Beg the court's indulgence, Your Honor.
I think we're about to get some body camera footage. Interested to see if his voice sounds different in the footage. I think he is sick, that's all. My apologies, I'm dying. Yeah, he's like, I got subpoenaed. I have to be here. But I'd really like to be in bed right now, just resting and not talking particularly. Paula, as long as you turn your head every time they cough, I think we're okay. That way the germs can't get you directly.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked previously for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 8. you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do, with my signature is on it.
And have you had a chance to review the contents of that disc?
I have.
And what is on that disc?
My body cam footage from the incident that night or in the early morning.
And do the contents of that disc fairly and accurately represent the body cam footage from your body camera of the early morning hours of March 30th of 2019?
It does.
They represent the events.
Your Honor, at this time, the
place
state
that
would request that we enter into evidence what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 8.
Yes, Your Honor, I object based on the previous objections regarding body cam footage of the officers who just testified.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish to the jury?
For me, they're still in sync. So let me know if it's not working. Ooh, they've got a big touch screen. That's why it's featured. This is like brand new.
Who is this officer right here?
Officer Nicia.
It's the Miranda card.
And what is this right here?
It is my notepad I have on duty for important details and call information. On the top is a metal card with a Miranda warning we read to individuals who are being detained in major situations, calls.
It doubles as
And
a
is
throwing
that
star.
identification marker in the top left corner, is that your badge number?
It is 24979, that is mine.
Against the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, 376-374. Correction, 376-385 and 393. You're good, you're good. Alright. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to you, represent you before any questioning. If you wish, you can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of these rights I explained to you? It's a yes or no answer.
Come on, man. Sit up. Yeah, I know you're tired after running. I get it.
You're tired after
Do you
that.
understand each of these rights I've explained to you? Yes or no?
We need an answer from you, man.
Okay. There's a brief pause in there after you initiated Miranda. Can you explain that?
At the time, I was listening to my lapel mic. I believe I had an earpiece in, and I was clarifying which units were on scene to our dispatch via the radio. And the numbers I gave out were our individual units that we were identified by the radio on.
And when you were Mirandizing the defendant, did he respond to you at all?
No verbal responses, no ma'am.
And during the course of that Miranda, was there anything preventing him from responding or speaking?
No, as you can see in the video, Officer Nicia is supporting him so he can sit up straight and breathe properly.
Beg the court's indulgence.
The Squeak Abacus is a counter we're doing in this court. Every time we listen to a new trial, we have something that we count. And there has been some squeaky noises. I don't know. I'm not going to say that somebody has tummy troubles. There have been squeaky noises that have been unidentified, and we're counting them every time we hear them. And you'll hear them too now that we mention them. But so far we've counted 11. And when you hear another one, you'll know.
Okay. Is this still your body cam?
It is,
Is that
yes.
still your badge number at the top left?
It
corner?
is, yes ma'am.
And who is this again?
This is Officer Nicia standing up.
Yes, he's in right there now.
Did you dispatch EMS?
I'm not sure if I did, but yes, dispatch was EMS was dispatched, yes.
We're at normal speed right now.
To make sure Mr. Rowland was in good health and no major health concerns were presented at the time. What?
What? You tired?
You tired?
All right, so what's going on here?
It appears that he is tired from running away from the police and trying to catch his breath. And then right there I did a sternum rub to alert his attention.
What is a sternum rub?
A sternum rub is when you use this technique. Police, medical professionals use your knuckles right here to dig into your sternum to alert the individual, make sure he is conscious and breathing.
Is that common practice?
It is, yes.
At this point, is there anything restricting his ability to breathe or move?
No, ma'am.
And y'all are actually trying to help him
We are.
breathe better? So what's happening here?
We're attempting to set him up so he can have a better position for breathing, so his airway is not constricted. We do sit him on the curb.
We've turned the volume down here because of the objections to hearsay. And
then again, what's happening here?
up you go.
Try to readjust him so he can have the best position to be comfortable as much as possible and breathe properly.
Kids these days. Squidward, I just saw your profile picture is Zuckerberg. Interesting. Or at least maybe you look a lot like him.
Can you explain what's going on here?
I'm approaching the EMS ambulance and the EMS technicians to explain to them the situation.
And by explaining the situation, what did you tell them?
Just the situation at hand, that he was involved in a foot pursuit with us. We just need them to check on his vitals, make sure he's in good health and medical condition.
And if you recall, what was the indication that you got which made you think that he might need EMS attention?
As he stated previously, he said he had the flu and he was breathing heavily and sweating quite a lot, so we just want to make sure that he was in good health before anything else occurred.
Is this something that would be done out of an abundance of caution?
Yes, and also and it is also standard procedure to make sure individuals we are encountered with are in good health if an investigation is to take place.
And who is this individual right here?
He is one of the EMS workers.
And what's happening here?
He's just chatting with or having a conversation with Mr. Rowland, try to get some information from him.
Was Mr. Rowland responsive at this point?
I do not believe so, no.
Was he cooperating with this EMS individual?
At this time, I do not believe he's talking to them.
Please describe what's happening here.
It appears that they're assisting him up to walk him towards the ambulance to get further medical attention.
And by him, you mean?
Mr. Rowland,
Is he
right in the middle between the EMS worker and Officer Necia.
wearing the gray sweatpants?
That is correct, in the gray hoodie.
Is he being cooperative at this point?
It does not appear so. He's walking slowly. We need to assist him
with
his arms to get him to the ambulance.
It's assisting. We're dragging him to the ambulance.
And what do we see here?
He is seated at the edge of the ambulance in an upright position so they can further examine him and give him medical treatment if he desires.
If he needs it.
Do you recall if he was responsive and cooperative at this point?
I do not believe he is responsive.
The
Officer
medics.
Nunez, when I say not responsive here, what does that mean?
Means he's not responding to any questions pertinent to the medical treatment or the questions that the EMS is asking so they can treat him properly.
The medics
As
don't
you can
seem
tell, he is
concerned.
breathing and moving.
They're not overly concerned about anything. They'll put a blood pressure cuff on him and call it good.
Who is this?
He is the EMS. I believe he's the sergeant of the EMS ambulance at the time.
Now we're on disc 3, guys.
As you can see, he has 3 stripes on his sleeve.
And what's happening here?
Further, a medical evaluation of Mr. Rowland, trying to see if he needs EMS attention.
And at this point, to the best of your recollection, was Mr. Rowland cooperative in giving information to this EMS professional?
No, ma'am.
I think we haven't seen the witness's face because he's testifying from his deathbed right now. It sounds like he's about done. He's about to expire, I think.
Officer Nunez, what's happening here?
I believe at the very beginning of this video, you observed the sergeant removing the blood pressure cuff from Mr. Rowland's arm, I believe, to measure his heart rate and such, to make sure he does not have any medical issues or things they need to know about at the time.
And did EMS have an adequate opportunity to check on Mr. Rowland's vitals and all that?
Yes, as you see right behind it, you see the monitor, and you did see him removing the blood pressure cuff, but he did not give him any information about himself.
Was there any indication that there was something wrong or that Mr. Rowland needed additional medical attention?
No, he was breathing and no issues were present at the time.
And after that, what happened?
Every time they touch the TV,
After
it starts
that,
doing that knock.
once they got clearance from the ambulance, we got further word from our supervisor and more investigations. At that time, myself and Officer Nisia took him to our patrol car to have him sit there until further instructions.
And when you say when he was cleared, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is medical clearance by the EMS crew. He did not need or requested medical attention at the time.
And you got a call from, or an instruction from a supervisor that instructed you to take him into custody?
Yes, I believe myself or Officer Nisia were instructed just to place him in the back of our patrol vehicle until further.
And was he placed into custody at that point?
He was still, I can't speak on that, but at the moment he was placed into the vehicle until further.
Did you make any further attempts to speak with them after that?
I do not recall. I do not believe so.
I have the court's welcome, Your Honor.
I think there's a very tiny person inside the TV that is trying to get
Nothing
out.
further from the state, Your Honor.
It might be the other cameraman who is also this tall.
Afternoon, officer. How are you doing?
Doing well. How are you, sir?
Doing well, thank you. Officer, you were not involved in actually pulling over Mr. Rowland.
Just lied
That is correct.
And you were not involved in actually apprehending Mr. Rowland.
That's correct.
He's not doing well.
When he was close to you, or when you had an opportunity to be near him, did you smell an odor of marijuana?
I do not recall at the time.
Beg the court's indulgence. Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
Anything further? You may step down.
This witness has not been shown yet. It's possible that the witness is also short.
Call your
and
next
thus
witness.
the cameraman is not able to see him over the bar.
Repeat.
Stretch break.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
It's time for a stretch break, which means get out your yoga pants, roll your mat. Just got a few moments. Judge Newman's going to let us work the kinks out a little bit. We've been sitting for a long time. Let's get the blood flowing a little bit. Work the legs, pick up those knees, walk in place. Let's roll your shoulders. And everyone, deep breath on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, in. And hold. Yes, that's good. Side bends are good, Mr. Solicitor. That's great. And now release all the way out, all the way out. Okay. One more time. In. And hold. Oh, yes, side bends. Oh, yes, there we go, there we go. Oh, we're all getting into it. And back out. Defendant's already limbered up. He's good at this. He's good at this. And you can tell he's also good at running, apparently. But there we go, there we go. Don't you feel better? I see a couple of you in the downward dog. That's all right as well. That's all right. Just we watch out for the cameras. That's all we're asking. All right, all right. Hands out of pockets. Everyone sit down again. Sit down again. Here we go. Megan Fox makes you do squats.
Big call, Travis Myers.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Kristen, you walked in on that. I apologize.
My name is Travis Parnell Myers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Myers.
Just dropping the lines. Spitting bars.
Now, who are you currently employed with?
I was employed with Alvin's Detention Center.
Okay.
Stopped working there about 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so up until 2 weeks ago, you said you were with Alvin S. Glenn?
Yes, sir.
And what were your duties at Alvin S. Glenn?
I was a booking officer, worked in intake.
And when you say booking officer, can you explain what that means, please?
Yes, we would take over custody of detainees that would come in from other agencies. We check the paperwork, get their property, do fingerprints, pictures, get their demographics.
This
and
is
is
a
that consistent
normal
with
height
what people
cameraman.
would call a correctional officer or CO?
Yes, sir.
The solicitor just
And when I
happens to
say
be a
Alvin
judge.
S. Glenn, that's the detention center for what county?
Richmond County.
All right, so right here, Columbia area.
Yes, sir.
All right, and how long had you been there?
7 years.
All right. So did you have any specific training that you received as a correctional officer?
Yes, sir. Pretty much. We got trained to do the fingerprints and pictures in between people's property, and another officer trained me before that.
All right. And so what would your role have been back in 2019 as a correctional officer at Alvin S. Glenn Detention Center?
Booking officer. I was working in intake in 2019, so I was working in what we call a security part of intake, which is managing people coming in and out of intake area and doing the pictures and the fingerprints and making sure that everybody on the floor was in order.
Did you say everybody in?
And like, I'm sorry, when I say the floor and intake, we would make sure that everything in intake was in order.
Gotcha. And when you say in order, can you tell the jury a little bit about what you mean by in order?
When I say in order, I mean we have to make sure that detainees were walking around, it wasn't too noisy, anything like that. They make sure they're sitting down, answer any questions that they had to have, they needed to ask, and make sure that they were ready for court. The ones that were
His
assigned to
clarifications get more and more
for bond
confusing.
court.
Yes, sir. So, just on an average day, if a person was arrested and brought into Alvin S. Glenn, let's say just the average Joe would be this inmate's name, what would the general procedure be when they came through the door?
Okay. The arresting agency would bring them to our pre-booking area, which is located right next to our intake area. They will have a seat. I will go out there, check the paperwork, make sure that the name is consistent throughout all the paperwork, make sure it's the right person, make sure the gender, make sure all the demographics, make sure everything was correct. I will confiscate any small property, which is like things that like in your pockets, belts, jewelry, money, anything like that. Place in a bag, place in a small beige property bag. Take the paperwork that we check. Make sure put that with the small property. We bring them inside to the intake area. I would do a pat search, which is pretty much like a fish search, but we just call it pat search.
And let me stop you there for a second. So essentially, when they come through that door, you check the paperwork, make sure that person is who they say they are, correct? Yes. Then you make sure that the agency who brought them in is giving you the proper paperwork.
10-4, yes, sir.
Then from there, you said you
Did you just say
essentially
10-4?
go and you're securing their property.
Yes, sir.
So any property that they may have had with them, you secure that.
Yes, sir.
Put it in a bag.
Yes, sir.
And place it, sign off on it, and place it so that they'll have their property when they leave.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct about
Yes,
that?
sir.
All right. Then is there a point in time where, and I'm sorry, you said you kind of pat them down? And
Yeah, we pat them down, we search them, make sure they don't have any contraband, no weapons, nothing like that on them. Okay. And then once we search them, and we make sure there's no discrepancies or anything.
Yes, sir.
We give the officers the okay that they're good to go, they can continue doing their work out there in the field.
Okay. Now, is there a point in time when a person is fingerprinted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, explain a little bit about that fingerprint process.
Okay, with the fingerprints, what we would do is it'd be done like before or after we do pictures, but we would do prints of their top part of the fingerprint slap, the top part of the slap.
And so these are the top part, so you call it a slap?
Yeah, slap, that's what it's called.
Slap on them?
Yeah. Then we do the thumb slap.
Yes, sir.
And then we roll the thumbs, roll the first finger, middle finger, third finger, pinky finger, the palm, the bottom palm, do the slap again, then we do the side of the palm.
And you do that,
we do that for both left and right.
Yes, sir. Do it for both hands. And why do you do that?
Because we have to send that, because anytime somebody comes in with a charge, we have to do fingerprints and pictures and send it over the slip.
I'm guessing everyone came in with a charge.
And that's standard operating procedure.
Standard operating procedure.
Don't know any man or woman who comes in through the doors of Alvin S. Glenn Detention Center.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now you said you were working there back in March of 2019?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have an occasion to meet a Nathaniel Rowland?
Yes, I did.
All right. And you talked about the procedure just a moment ago. Did you have an opportunity to take Mr. Rowland through that protocol, that procedure?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I still feel like I drank pond water from that sump pump. It's not yummy. Not yummy.
And I'm suing the witness, which in Martin States, exhibit number 6 for ID purposes, sir. I think you did a copy of that. Take a look at that. Just take a look at it first from your eyes. Yourself with it, if you would, please.
Yes, I recognize these swirl patterns. So I recognize this loop here. Yep, that's definitely the thumbprint. I did that thumbprint for sure. That's it. I would know this fingerprint anywhere. What's this guy going to say? I recognize these fingerprint cards. I've done 50 of these a day for the last 20 years.
Look familiar to you, states as your number 6 for ID purposes?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that is, please?
This is a fingerprint sheet. And anytime we get fingerprints, they need to be printed out, they get printed on this fingerprint sheet.
Is that, and tell us, you talk about the slaps and all the things that you mentioned, those terms that you used.
Yes, sir.
Did you follow that procedure as you were able to take those fingerprints?
Yes, sir.
And who do those fingerprints and the slaps and all those things that you talked about, who does that belong to?
Nathaniel Rowland.
All right. Did you actually do the printing and fill out the paperwork there?
Yes, sir.
How is it that we know that?
My name's on the documents.
Okay, you said your name.
My name is on the documents. It says who is the detainee fingerprint by. It says it, and my name is on here, sir.
Okay. Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
It says my name, and since it's on there, I guess it must have been me. He does the slaps and the finger rolls, and then the slaps again, and then they do the high five, and then they bump elbows, do the twist, and then it's slap, slap, back, and then fist bump. I forget. They teach everybody a secret handshake, I think. That's what it is. And in the process, they get their fingerprints. It's all a ploy.
All right, and may I have that?
Yes, sir.
And the person who you took those prints from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And can you point to the person who you took those prints from?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nathaniel Rowland, sitting right over there to my left.
And what does he wear?
We've got 25 minutes
shirt.
left.
Okay.
Then we'll be
Let
done.
the record reflect that the witnesses identify Mr. Rowland.
Or I
as
can
the
turn
person
the
who
speed
took those
up.
prints from.
Then we'll be done sooner if you guys are ready, because we're a little bit late. It's
So my
coming.
questions at this time, Your Honor.
By the defense.
I've got one question, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Okay, hold on one second. Hold. We're gonna turn it up to 1.5. It just has to take a second to get this changed. Playback speed normal 1.25. Sorry, that's what we're gonna do. 1.25.
And your next witness.
State calls Brian Hudak.
There we go. All right, 1.25 speed. So we're going to be done in about 15 to 20 minutes. About 15 minutes, I think.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you about to give is the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please establish your state full name and record.
Brian Keith Hudak, Hudak.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hudak.
Afternoon.
What's your profession?
Hudak.
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, otherwise known as SLED.
All right. And how long have you been with SLED?
5 years and 9 months.
And prior to being with SLED, were you with any other police agencies?
I was with the Columbia Police Department from May of 2007 to October of 2015.
All right. And then you moved on to SLED after that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell us a little bit about how you got into law enforcement. Well, I'll tell you what, let's start first. Tell me about your education, then we'll move on to law enforcement.
I received a bachelor's degree in sociology with concentration in criminology from Winthrop University, and also attended University of South Carolina for 2 years in their master's program in sociology.
All right. And afterwards, you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you attend the Criminal Justice Academy?
I did.
Tell us about that experience.
I had 9 weeks of training at the Criminal Justice Academy, and then further training as in-field training with the Columbia Police Department.
When you were with Columbia Police Department, what was your role there?
I served as a patrol officer in the metro region for approximately 5 years, and then I was promoted to investigator and worked burglaries, and then moved into a special victims unit.
And what kind of work did you do in the special victims unit?
I investigated cases regarding criminal sexual conduct, missing persons, anything relating to juveniles, that sort of.
He's a ventriloquist on the weekends.
Did you have an occasion to begin to do any type of work with electronics, computers, things of that nature?
Yes, sir. I did start receiving some training in digital forensics, and also began processing cell phones at the time, examining cell phones.
And did you receive any training along that route?
Yes, sir. I took training with the National White Collar Crime Center. Took basic data recovery and analysis, intermediate data recovery and analysis. Also took introduction to cell phone investigations.
And After you left Columbia Police Department and moved on to South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED, did you receive additional training?
Yes, I currently work in computer crimes also, and I've received a more advanced training, Windows Artifacts, Apple iDevice. I've also attended classes at the National Computer Forensics Institute, basic investigation of computer and electronic crimes, network intrusion. I've also attended training from Burla Corporation for IV vehicle systems forensics.
And I moonlight doing
And you said
Micro
Burla
Machines
Corporation. Can you
commercials.
tell me what Burla Corporation is?
Yeah, they are a corporation that has developed software and hardware that allows forensic examiners to extract and analyze data from vehicle infotainment centers.
What is a vehicle infotainment center?
It's basically, think of the touchscreen you see in the vehicle that you can sync your phone to, that you can control the radio, sometimes air conditioning, depending on the manufacturer of the vehicle. But it's basically a computer that runs that unit.
All right. And you've received specialized training in how to analyze those types of devices?
Yes, sir. Through the Burla Corporation, I'm also a certified vehicle systems forensic technician and a certified vehicle system engineer through Burla.
Do you possess any particular certifications with them based on the training that you just talked about?
Yeah, the certified vehicle systems forensic technician and the certified vehicle system examiner.
All right. Have you published any articles about as it relates to any of this training that you've talked about?
Technically, it was written kind of before, but I did co-author an academic encyclopedia article in 2008 titled "Internet Extortion and Information Security."
Have you ever been declared as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Okay. How many times?
3 times.
Have you testified in courts?
Yes.
Which courts have you testified in?
Greenwood County, Lawrence County, and Lexington County.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer Special Agent Hudak as an expert in digital forensics.
Your Honor, I just have one question to ask them. Investigator Hudak,
What are you reading?
you indicated you received specialized training from the Burla Corporation.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? And I have information here, I just don't have the date that you received that.
I believe it was September of 2016, and maybe in 2017.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have. No objections, Your Honor.
And the field offered again, Mr. Gibson, is...
digital forensics, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this witness is an expert in the field of digital forensics. Ordinarily, a witness cannot offer opinions except under certain circumstances prescribed by our rules. Where a witness, however, by the virtue of their education and training and experience, witness has obtained specialized knowledge, they can offer opinions where lay witnesses cannot. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, in March of 2019, you were actually employed by the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have an occasion to offer your assistance in the investigation of the murder of Samantha Josephson?
Yes, sir. I was called out in reference to processing a Chevy Impala that I believe the Columbia Police Department had in custody at the time.
All right. And what was your role at that point in the investigation?
I responded and removed the HMI, which stands for Human Machine Interface module, from the Chevy Impala, which is the module that basically stores all the information collected by the infotainment center and runs the infotainment center.
And how is it that you would have retrieved that?
I had to go into the vehicle, and this module was actually located up kind of behind the glove box of the vehicle. So I removed a few pieces of trim and went and extracted the module from the vehicle.
All right. So you had to physically crawl into the car?
Yes, sir. I was laying on the passenger side floorboard the whole time.
Okay. As you did that, did you observe anything particular?
It was wet. There was a liquid I had to put down. I had a lab coat with me and some other items I kind of put down because I didn't know what it was at the time, so I wanted to make sure I wasn't laying in it.
Okay. And you said you had to retrieve this infotainment system. Would it be fair to say it's kind of like a black box?
Similar. I know the black box is different. This in particular is a black plastic box about that large.
Okay. And so I guess you have to climb on your back or something and try to get it?
Yeah, so that was the only way to get it. It was located up above and kind of behind the glove box, so the only way was that way.
All right. And as you were trying to gain access to it, did you observe anything as you were trying to take it out?
When I removed the trim and got to it, I have removed similar modules from other vehicles, and normally they're hard to get out. They're kind of wedged in there pretty good. This kind of, when I got to it, almost was very loose, almost basically fell out on me. It just kind of dropped down when I got to it.
Was that an indication of anything to you?
Indication that it didn't seem to be as secure in the vehicle like as in other vehicles I've worked on. It could be potentially, I don't know the condition of the vehicle. It could have previously been in a wreck. Maybe somebody had done some previous work to the vehicle and had to move it or remove it and maybe didn't put it back in securely. It wasn't as secure as the other ones I've processed.
All right. But you were able to access it?
Yes.
Okay. Once you gained access to it, what did you do?
I took it back to our lab, logged it in as evidence, and I began trying to actually extract the data from it And the way to do so is just open the black box and there's a computer circuit board in it. And then I connect a circuit board provided by Burla as part of their toolkit and other devices to it, and then to a laptop to try to extract the data from the circuit board itself.
How long did it take you to initiate this process?
Once I started, I tried for several hours to be able to get an extraction.
Were you successful getting an extraction?
Unfortunately, no. I know I had made over 12 attempts. I honestly stopped counting after that long. It was, I said, several hours, maybe 5, 6 hours I was attempting to retrieve data, and I kept receiving an error messages in the software. Once the extraction, it would start, and then I would receive an error message, and it would stop.
Okay. And it may not be the smartest question, but I'm asking it anyway. What is an error message?
Just a message to the program. It was saying that I believe it couldn't read the eMMC memory, which is the embedded multimedia card memory. I believe that was the error message. But it was I was receiving an error message, and it just basically saying, "Hey, we can't read the memory. There's a good connection between the two boards, but we just can't pull anything from that chip."
Now, if you're able to pull to extract information from that infotainment system or an infotainment system of that type, what would you expect to find?
It depends on the manufacturer of the vehicle, because each manufacturer, there's no like standardized module, but for GM, some of the stuff I would expect to see would be any phones that have been connected via Bluetooth or USB, if USB is an option. If they did see possible contacts, call logs, possible text messages, vehicle location information, and possibly more, but again, varies based on the actual, not only manufacturer, but also version of the module.
All right. And that's what you'd expect from a GM?
Yes, sir.
And GM manufactures Chevrolet Impalas?
Yes.
All right. And so once you received this error message, did you do something additional to try to extract this information?
Yes, after unsuccessfully extracting it, I contacted investigator Jonathan Van Outen with the Columbia Police Department.
And after making contact with Mr. Van Outen, were you able to successfully extract information from this particular infotainment system?
Still no.
All right. So what did you do next?
I then contacted Burla, who's the manufacturer of all this software and hardware that we use, and contacted them, relayed to them the error message that I was receiving, and basically asked if they could provide any sort of additional help.
And were they able to provide any additional help?
They were. They made sure, asked me a couple questions about one of the components I was trying to use to make sure the proper lights were coming on, which they were. And once I confirmed that, they offered that if we sent them the board, they could try to perform an extraction for us to try to get the data.
And did you send a board?
We did.
Okay, what happened next?
They then contacted me saying they were not able to perform getting data off the board. They believe it was some sort of memory error.
All right. And so after receiving that message, did you receive the box back?
We did.
Okay. Is there what, if anything, did you do next?
I reinstalled it back into the vehicle.
Okay. And so you were not able to extract information?
No, sir.
All right. But how many attempts did you make again to do that?
Over 12.
All right. And why did you make so many attempts?
Just because before in previous vehicles, because I have gotten successful extractions and unsuccessful ones from similar modules, sometimes it's kind of a delicate process. You're putting like these small copper pins on small copper pads, and sometimes they can slip off. So I wanted to make sure there wasn't any sort of user error on my part that was causing a bad connection, and just to try to, as much as I could, to actually get the data from the board.
And I didn't ask you this before, but I just want to make some things clear. When you had access to the car, did you have a search warrant?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And your work was done pursuant to that search warrant?
That's correct. There was a search warrant specifically for the infotainment center.
Okay. And the other agencies that participated in this were, again, name them?
SLED, Columbia Police, and Burla.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have, so thank you for answering my questions.
We're about done with him.
No questions, Your Honor.
And we're
Thank
done
you,
with
sir.
him. We just have just a couple minutes left. I think we actually have
Next witness.
one more witness here. It's going to be a quick one, and then we'll be done for the night. So hang in there, guys.
State calls investigator James Fisher.
Had zero squeaks during that last witness. It's because he kept his testimony tight. I'm sorry. It was all buttoned up. It was very, very professional.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that testimony about you is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth? Please have a seat. Take your place.
Investigator James Fisher with Columbia Police Department.
All right, here we go. James Fisher's up. Your last witness of the day. It's going to be a quick one.
View the TV when you're using it. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Fisher.
Good afternoon.
He corrected her.
Good afternoon. Where are you employed?
Columbia Police Department
How long have you worked there?
for 22 years.
In what capacity are you employed with the Columbia Police Department?
I'm an investigator with the Special Victims Unit.
Can you briefly describe some of your duties day to day as an investigator?
I'm responsible for investigating sexual-related crimes, domestic violence, crimes involving children and elder adults.
I want to draw your attention to late March and early April of 2019. Were you employed by the Columbia Police Department then?
I was.
And was that in the capacity of an investigator?
Yes.
The duties were the same back then?
Yes.
Were you involved with an investigation dealing with the kidnapping and murder of Samantha Josephson?
Yes.
How did you become involved with that investigation?
On April 1st, I got involved. Investigator Odom had recently told me that they had recovered the vehicle driven by the defendant, and inside the vehicle there was a receipt from the Wendy's at 6992 Garners Ferry Road. And they wanted to get a search warrant to go get video from the Wendy's to verify that the vehicle did come through that drive-through that day.
Guys, we got
Did
Wendy's.
you go
All I
to
can
that
think of is
Wendy's?
Frosties now.
I did. I typed a search warrant for the video, then went to the Wendy's and initiated the search warrant for the video and did retrieve video from the drive-through.
And was the video you collected pursuant to that lawful search warrant?
It was dated for March 29th, 2019, and the time on the receipt was 12:38 p.m.
And which Wendy's was that again?
6992 Garners Ferry Road is the one right there on the corner of Garners Ferry and Leesburg across from the VA hospital.
Beg the court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Here we go. We get another video. And this time it's going to make you hungry because it's a Wendy's video. Would you like fries with that?
Your Honor, this time I'm approaching the witness with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 10. Investigator Fisher, do you recognize that disc I just handed you?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that
Is that a
disc?
squeak?
Yes.
Are there any identification marks on that disc?
It's titled Wendy's Video.
Did you sign the
And
envelope
my-
that contains the
Yes, and my
disc?
signature's on the back, yes, ma'am.
And do the contents of that disc fairly and accurately represent the video, the surveillance video that you obtained from the Wendy's on Garners Ferry?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State moves to enter into evidence what's been previously marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 10.
Your Honor, we renew our previous objections to search warrants.
Lynn, we're watching this from the archives.
Search warrant for the Wendy's
this is not
video?
live.
Or
Yes, sir. All the search warrants marked pre-trial motion, we were just going to have to redo all of our objections for those
all right,
items.
objection overruled.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Yes.
By the court's indulgence, as it is marked. State's 10.
So we're now really, really hungry. Sir, this is a Wendy's. He's placing his order. I'm thinking spicy nuggets. Spicy nuggets. Let's have just a number one. Maybe a root beer. No, scratch that. We're gonna get a Fanta orange with this. Fanta orange.
42.
What's the date?
It is March 29th of 2019.
You see this? You get like dinner and a show. You guys. KQD, what's up? Here we go.
What are we looking at here?
That's one of the 2 camera angles that I got on that date. That one is inside the restaurant, right behind the cashier at the drive-thru window. And it appears that there's a gentleman at the window now getting his food.
Pays with too much money. She gives some of it back.
And once you obtained this video footage, what did you do with it?
Once I got it, I made 2 copies. I made one for Investigator Odom for a case file, and I placed the second one in our property room for storage.
Thank you, Investigator Fisher. No further questions from the state, Your Honor.
By the defense.
Your Honor, no questions.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, this is where we're going to end, even though their day is not over. We're going to pick up tomorrow and find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch now and
works.
resume at 2:15. Please do not addressing the jury. I'm speaking to the jury.
Please do not go to Wendy's.
We'll break now to 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
He keeps it short. He keeps it short. Let's see what's happening here. Is there anything else we need to go over today?
And we will be in recess till 2:15.
There you go. Okay, so with that, we're going to stop everything and get ready for tomorrow by not doing anything more today. All right, the video and you are skipping. Is there like a strange anomaly going on in the sky, like northern lights or sunspots or something? Because everything looks right on my end. I've got my data rate is 6 megabits per second, which is nice and consistent for what we put out right here. Little 1080p. It's looking good. Everything's good over here. Check. Yep, it's all good. We're all good. All right, it's okay now. Please type what time tomorrow. It's skipping for at least some of us. Genjo, yeah, tomorrow. Let's start at 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Is that all right? 9 a.m. That's this many. If you do by fingers, here, 9 a.m. We're going to pick up 9 a.m. We'll start with day 2. We'll probably be watching 1.25 speed as well. We're trying to get through all of this by the end of the week because Christmas is coming, right? It's the 18th, 19th, 20. No, Tuesday's 19th, 20. I have to look at the calendar. I'm pretty sure I probably need to order some gifts too as well. Yes, Monday is Christmas, so we need to be done before Christmas, and we'll do that. Hit refresh really quickly if you're having some trouble. See if that fixes it. It might be a problem on YouTube's end. I hate goodbyes. I think it's a solar flare. It is. That wasn't a squeak. That was a solar flare. It was not me. All right, we do have 12 squeaks so far. 2 balloons have popped that I have heard, but chat is not on screen. Now it is. All right, we've got it all fixed. Anything else we need to talk about before we break for the evening? I don't think we have anything else. I will say thanks. This has been a lot of fun. We don't often cover trials from the archive, but this holiday week seems appropriate for that. I know we did have news of the Ruby Frankie case that she pled guilty to 4 of 6 charges. She took the plea. That means that's not going to court. That was one we would never have seen anyway, guys. We would never have seen that for so many reasons. The least of which is that they're child victims and that they would have sealed that courtroom in a heartbeat. Are we streaming next week? Adam, I'm going to do a road trip. I may be live at several times next week, but I think next week might be a week off because I'll be out with my family. We're headed a little bit further west. We've got some things booked. We've got some places reserved, and we're going to try to show our kids snow because they haven't seen it in years. But we're not going very far west, so wish us luck. There might not be any snow. But tomorrow, same time, same place. Yes, we'll do it. I'm enjoying a little retro case. Red Pen, thank you. This is a fun one. I mean, not by fun, I mean it's just a regular murder. It's good to be back to just a regular murder. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And we're going to... and what was the last part? I forgot the last part of my outro, guys. I'm having a senior moment. Stay safe till we go live again. How about that? Stay safe till we go live again. It'll be tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Be nice to each other. Let's just have a good evening. And I realize, thanks for staying late. I realize I kept you guys late without any warning. And that was my bad. Thank you to the great mods. All of you guys, be good. Have fun. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Bye-bye.